Chun Xiang took the pearl and held it tightly. He asked, "What kind of grave consequences will there be?" Chun Xiang took the pearl and held it tightly. He asked, "What kind of grave consequences will there be?" Su Meiao's and Bai Yu's enemy was the Mei Emperor. If there was a chance, he would help them take revenge. In two cases, firstly, she used her charm to control you and made you her slave. Secondly, she used the evil art of collecting the sun to replenish Yin, sucking up all your energy, which was extremely terrifying. In those days, several experts who had the opportunity to challenge the throne only slept with her for one night before they became ordinary people. As Feng Yujie spoke of this, his face became serious. At the side, Hongxia and Jilinger were both worried. They did not wish for Chun Xiang to lose to Mei Emperor. "Don't worry." Chun Xiang disapproved and laughed. "I'm going to Yen City. I'll be back after a while. You guys better study pill refining properly. In the future, I'll be like the Aunt Feng, a female pill saint." Chun Xiang patted the two girls' shoulders. Then he left the Divine Feather School and headed towards Yen City. Yen City's Yen Qi had already come to find Feng Yujie before and discuss the matter of the alliance in secret. The moment Qin Xiang came to the Yen clan, he was warmly received, and the butler of the Yen clan even brought Qin Xiang to that shop. Previously, Yen clan had helped Qin Xiang publicize the sale of Luyuan Azure Dan. Now that Qin Xiang had come to Yen City and confirmed the timing of the sale, he would release the exact information. The Yen clan released the news, so it must be real and effective. Even though Yen City was not in a very good situation, the Luyuan Azure Dan continued to rush to Yen City. Right now, a single pill was hard to find, even with Holy Stone, especially high-grade immortal pills. Many people rushed into Yen City because there were 45 of them to be sold. Other than that, Qin Xiang also took out a few low-leveled immortal pills, causing many of the people who came to take them to the immortal pills to not be disappointed. Qin Xiang had not started selling yet, but the street where his shop was already bustling with noise and excitement. Initially, Qin Xiang had wanted Hongxia and Jilinger to help him, but now that they were learning from Feng Yujie, it was not good to call them over. After Qin Xiang and the Yen clan's butler finished looking at the shop, he confirmed that it would start selling tomorrow. He let the butler return to his shop and decided that he would take a stroll in Yen City. Right now, there was only one busy street in Yen City. He could only walk around here. Just as he was about to return to his shop in the evening, he saw two familiar faces. One was a dark-skinned teenager, and the other was an old man with messy hair. These are Huang Jintian and Mao'er. After Huang Jintian and Chun Xiang arrived at the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary, he went to look for cats on his own. Chun Xiang thought that Huang Jintian and the cats only knew how to kill saint beasts in the wild. They didn't know how to do it in the wild. Huang Jintian just so happened to be in need of helpers. Huang Jintian and Mao'er's appearance now was just the right time to help. "Master," Chun Xiang asked Huang Jintian via sound transmission, "why are you two here?" Huang Jintian immediately looked towards Chun Xiang, and then pulled on Mao's clothes and walked over with Mao'er. "I knew you were the big seller of medicinal pills, but I didn't expect to find you so quickly." Huang Jintian laughed as he sent a sound transmission to Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang brought the two of them into the shop. "I didn't expect you to become so powerful." Cat was very surprised because the last time he had met Qin Xiang was much weaker than him. "Hee, it's great that you guys are here. Help me sell the pills." Chun Xiang took out a few jade bottles, then told them the price of the immortal pills inside, and told them all the holy stone that he sold them. Huang Jintian laughed. "I knew that you were doing well. Coming to find you was not wrong." Cat was holding 2 bottles of Tier 3 immortal pills. There were more than 3,000 of them, and each pill could sell for a lot of holy stone. If he sold them all, the resulting holy stone would be hard for Cat to imagine. Chun Xiang did not take the holy stone seriously. He sold these low-leveled immortal pills to agitate the super holy school. Remember, you can only buy one per person at that time. It's best to remember their auras, but don't sell those that have similar auras to them. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, Long Shui appeared in front of Huang Jintian and Mao. Long Shui smiled at the two of them and said, "These pills cannot be sold to Super Holy School. At that time I will take a good look. If anyone from Super Holy School purchases them, I will remind you." Huang Jintian and Mao had been here for more than 10 days, and they had some understanding of the situation here, especially the matters of the Super Holy School. Huang Jintian asked, "Since Super Holy School is roping in so many forces, it's not necessary to get the disciples of their sect to buy it. Just get the subsidiary forces to buy it." Long Shui laughed. "Actually, selling these low-leveled elixirs is nothing to them. We just have to make a fool of ourselves with our Super Holy School. So when a disciple of our sect comes to buy them, we will personally tell them that we will not sell these elixirs to your Super Holy School." Huang Jintian laughed and understood Long Shui's words. This is to make things difficult for Super Holy School. Actually, it's fine for the disciples of the Super Holy School to buy it, but we will tell them that if they want to buy it, they will have to pay 10 times the price, even though these guys have raised the price so high. Chun Xiang said, "Aren't you afraid of the old fellows of Super Holy School coming? It's not good to fight. The Super Holy School is very strong." He had already heard that there were 2 powerful beast kings who had joined the Super Holy School, and they were both famous beast kings. "Don't worry, Yen City is not a pushover. With me making a ruckus like this, Yen Clan will definitely support me." Chun Xiang laughed. "Sleep well tonight. There might be a fight tomorrow. I already sense that a few old geezers from the Super Holy School are outside strolling." Huang Jintian stretched his back and yawned. "That's fine. I want to experience the strength of the people in the capital for the past few days." Cat replied, "I'm stronger than before. I don't need to fear the heavens. I also want to test my own strength." Long Shui laughed tenderly. "Don't take it seriously. Maybe you guys won't even need to do anything tomorrow." This shop was very big, but also extremely empty. Huang Jintian and Mao each found a luxurious room to rest in, while Qin Xiang and Long Shui stayed together. The night Pa-S said quickly, and as soon as the sky brightened, Qin Xiang and the rest became alert and arrived at the entrance of the shop. They could sense that the group of people outside were mostly strong, and people who wanted to purchase high-grade immortal pills were definitely not ordinary people. Qin Xiang opened the door to the shop, and everyone immediately shouted at Qin Xiang to quickly sell the Luyuan Azure Dan. Luyuan Azure Dan were all for the immortal becoming realm, and the majority of the people coming to S. and ATC. Them were some strong old men. "Everyone, you must have come from afar to purchase Luyuan Azure Dan, but I only have 45 pills." Qin Xiang said in a clear voice, "Is your Luyuan Azure Dan selling for only 20 million kilograms of holy stone? Is the quality good? We only came because we believed in the Yen clan." Someone shouted. Qin Xiang's shop was empty. There were only 4 people inside, and no matter how they looked at it, it did not seem like they were going to open a large pill shop. Everyone looked at it and felt like they had been cheated. Qin Xiang's shop was empty. There were only 4 people inside, and no matter how they looked at it, it did not seem like they were going to open a large pill shop. Everyone looked at it and felt like they had been cheated. Taking out the Luyuan Azure Dan was the best proof. Qin Xiang took out a transparent crystal box, and inside it were pieces of Luyuan Azure Dan that were glowing with a green light. As long as one knew what kind of person was inside, they could tell the quality from the L.U.S. of the immortal pills. Seeing the dozens of Luyuan Azure Dan, everyone immediately quietened down. Now that the doubts in everyone's hearts had been dispelled, what they were worried about was the matter of purchasing, because there were thousands of people and only 45 Luyuan Azure Dan. "With so many people, how are you going to sell?" a man asked. Qin Xiang had already thought about it long ago. There were 4,000 to 5,000 people here, but there were only a few hundred people who actually wanted to buy them, or even fewer. Those friends who truly need to purchase Luyuan Azure Dan, please raise your hands. Qun Xiang shouted. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. Only 200 or so people raised their hands. Then, he had Long Shui give all of them a wooden tablet, and when she released her divine power, she carved a number on them. Qun Xiang pointed to a large vat beside him and said, "Every time I take out a bead from inside, there will always be a number inside. At that time, everyone can have a match with the wooden plate in your hands. And the number is just like the book on the bead that I drew out. You can buy a Luyuan Azure Dan, a 20 million gene holy stone, one pill. Friends who haven't bought one yet, don't be discouraged. We still have a few thousand low-grade immortal pills. When the time comes, friends with wooden tokens will be the first to buy it." High-leveled pellets were very rare right now, and although they could be bought from the super holy school, they were one-fold more expensive than the ones from Qinxiang. If they could buy them here, they could save 20 million kilograms of holy stone S. Qinxiang inserted his hand into the bottle of beads and casually grabbed one out. Everyone could see that there was a flash. HI plus in red number inside the transparent pearl. It was 120. Hee good luck. The first one is me. A chubby, middle-aged man laughed as he raised the wooden signboard in his hand and pushed his way through the crowd. Qun Xiang took out a Luyuan Azure Dan and placed it into a jade bottle. The fat, middle-aged man also gave Qun Xiang a storage bag, and inside the bottle, there was a 20 million gene holy stone. Then, Qun Xiang quickly continued to sell 35 pills. 9. Qun Xiang took out a bead and shouted. An old man raised the wooden tablet in his hands, and just as he was about to walk over, Long Shui shouted, "You don't have to come up." When Long Shui said this, Qun Xiang immediately understood that this elder was definitely from Super Holy School. "Why?" the old man asked angrily. "Are you not planning to sell it?" Qun Xiang sneered. "You must be from the Super Holy School." In this saint realm, everyone would stay away from those from Super Holy School. Although they did not say anything on the surface, deep in their hearts, they hated the Super Holy School, and the pills that everyone relied on to raise their strength were extremely expensive, and it was because of the Super Holy School that they were obstructing them. That's right, so what if I'm from the Super Holy School? The old man's face was ice cold as he said, "You guys aren't going to act shamelessly, are you?" Qun Xiang said, "I am just a small alchemist, but I am not afraid of your Super Holy School. One of the reasons why I am selling the Luyuan Azure Dan at such a low price is to protest the fact that your Super Holy School is raising the price so high, so we will definitely not sell this kind of cheap immortal pellet to people like you. We do not welcome you." Now, everyone understood why there were people selling the Luyuan Azure Dan at such a low price and with the support of Yen City. Everyone secretly praised him in their hearts, but they were worried for Qun Xiang. This was a blatant provocation on Super Holy School, with Super Holy School's great momentum. After being provoked like this, he would definitely not let things rest. Number 9 is invalid. Qun Xiang crushed the pearl. That old man was furious. He, Super Holy School, was currently running rampant in the sacred domain, but now he was being looked down upon by others. Since you're so shameless, then don't blame me for being unreasonable. I'll give you another chance if you don't buy the Luyuan Azure Dan for me. You will have to bear the consequences. The killing intent on the old man's face was obvious. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he was ready to attack at any moment. Qun Xiang's expression was solemn, and her ice-cold voice carried intense killing intent. "I've already said this before, I definitely won't sell it to someone from the Super Holy School. If you dare cause trouble here, you have to bear the consequences." Feeling the intense killing intent coming from the two, everyone dispersed, leaving a large SPAC for them to defend against the shock waves. "Die for me," the old man roared, an extremely strong pressure spreading out in the surroundings. All the stone bricks on the street jumped up and down. The might was terrifying. One look was enough to tell that he was an extraordinary person in Super Holy School. Super Holy School, who was used to being overbearing, would frequently kill people in public because of some small matters. It would be strange if this person, who was provoked by Chun Xiang like this, didn't make a move. Everyone was still immersed in the old man's oppressing fear. So Chun Xiang had already left his original place. With an extremely fast speed, he traveled through S, P, A, C, and instantly arrived beside the old man. The old man had just waved his hand and wanted to slash at Chun Xiang, but who knew that Chun Xiang's speed would be so terrifying, before he could even make a move, he had already launched an attack. Since you dare to cause trouble here, don't blame me for it. As Chun Xiang spoke, a pair of iron fists violently struck the elder's body, instantly releasing dozens of punches, hitting the elder's body, and producing a dull, thumping sound. Chun Xiang restrained his aura by using only a bit of divine power and the strength of his body, which made the power of his two fleshly fists boundless. In addition to the extremely quick speed at which he punched out, even S.P.A.C. was almost torn apart, creating unstable ripples. The old man was struck by Chun Xiang's fist in an instant. His body did not even have time to fly, before it split open and turned into a blood-red mist. But even so, the energy released by Chun Xiang's fist still had a strong aftershock, penetrating into the ground and causing half of Yen City to tremble for a moment. Everyone was intimidated by this. They were dumbstruck, and immediately turned such a strong old man from Super Holy School into a blood mist. Smelling the fishy smell that permeated the air, everyone couldn't help but S.H.I. plus fur. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. Let us wait. Let us continue. Chun Xiang smiled faintly to everyone, and then continued to grab the pearl to draw numbers. There were still a few Super Holy Schools people hiding here, and they were all scared stiff. None of them dared to make any movements, fearing that if they were discovered, they would suffer the same fate as the old man just now. Long Shui kept his eyes on the people from the Super Holy School, all to prevent them from sending any messages to him. But the old man just now was not weak. If he died, Super Holy School would immediately know. The effect of Super Holy School killing an expert right here had already been achieved. What actions would he take next? Would he start attacking Yen City? The effect of Super Holy School killing an expert right here had already been achieved. What actions would he take next? Would he start attacking Yen City? Right now, Chun Xiang was not worried about these things at all, because if Yen City and the Divine Feather School were to join hands, there was no fear of the Super Holy School at all. Very quickly, Chun Xiang sold all 45 of the Luyuan Azure Dan. After that, Huang Jintian and Mauer started to sell those low-leveled immortal pills, and they could also get a lot of holy stone. 900 million kilograms of holy stone. There's so many of them. I wonder how many mines we have to dig to obtain them. Chun Xiang was very excited in his heart. The forces that could afford to buy Luyuan Azure Dan were all large and middle-sized forces. There were a lot of holy stone under their control, so 20 million caddies was not a lot for them. He only knew how to refine Tier 6 immortal pills, and could get so many holy stones so quickly. He could imagine that when he became a pill saint, as long as he had a large amount of immortal pills, he would be able to command the wind and rain in the 9 heaven world. Feng Yujia had already been a pill saint for a very long time. Upon reaching her level, Holy Stone S could not move her at all. She could only help someone concoct a holy pellet or a Tier 9 immortal pellet for someone else, and they would all owe her a huge favor. Furthermore, by helping others to refine pills, she would definitely establish a strong network of relations with them. This was also the reason why Divine Feather School was not controlled by Super Holy School. After Huang Jintian and Mauer finished selling the immortal pills, some people even asked Chun Xiang when he would sell them again, because they saw that Chun Xiang's shop was very empty. Once a month is fine. Pills from other places are ridiculously expensive. A woman said, "Once a month is definitely not possible. It is difficult for me to purchase high-level immortal medicines, and I also have the time to concoct them." Qin Xiang smiled as he shook his head. Even if he were to go all out to refine pills, it would take him at least 2 to 3 months to reach the scale of today's business. The crowd had already dispersed. Qin Xiang had promised them that if they sold it, he would definitely advertise it. What made Qin Xiang even weirder was that even after he had killed that old man from the Super Holy School for so long, the Super Holy School still had not sent anyone over. This is abnormal. The more Super Holy School is like this, the more powerful their revenge will be in the future. Qin Xiang frowned. The people from Super Holy School are not stupid. They must already know that you and Yen City have allied together, and that Eagle Emperor has fought with this Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord before, so they know that her strength is not weak. If we start attacking Yen City now, even if we manage to win, the Super Holy School and Yen City will suffer heavy losses. Huang Jintian said, I feel that Super Holy School is definitely making sufficient preparations, preparing to attack and annihilate together with Divine Feather School. Long Shui nodded his head. I think so too. Maybe those H.E.L. Devil Envoy have already returned to H.E.L. and requested for support from the H.E.L. Devil Emperor. Otherwise, it would be hard to capture this absolute monarch sanctuary. Huang Jintian laughed. Looks like wanting to take down the absolute monarch sanctuary is not as simple as they thought it would be. This is all because of your appearance. They will definitely hate you guys to death. Long Shui laughed. If this little scoundrel was a little bit more powerful, I will join hands with him and cause a ruckus in the Super Holy School from time to time. Then I am relieved. Cat, let's go. Huang Jintian laughed. Now we have a lot of holy stone. We need to visit this super old sacred city that has ruled the sacred region for many years. After Huang Jintian and Mao left, Long Shui also returned to the dark green dragon ring. Qin Xiang went to greet Yen City and asked the Yen clan to help him keep an eye out for high-grade immortal medicines. Everyone in the Divine Feather School seemed to be extremely nervous, but only Qin Xiang knew that Feng Yujie had caused the disciples of the sect to become nervous on purpose. From the fact that there was an unceasing supply of medicinal pellets, one could tell that Feng Yujie had a very deep background. Aunt Feng, Hyde Littlinger, and Sister Xia. It was very easy for Qin Xiang to enter Feng Yujie's residence at this time. I told him to look for Yu Yu and Mei Yao. Mei Yao is more familiar with your pill refining skills. Feng Yujie pouted and said, How can you have such an expression? Is it that an old woman like me is not as nice as those cute little girls? Qin Xiang curled his lips. If you reveal your true face, you will be able to enchant people to the core and make them unable to stop themselves, and will definitely be better than them. But Little Linger and the others are still better off. At least they can let me take advantage of them. With that, Qin Xiang sized up Feng Yujie's well-developed and mature body and shook his head and sighed. All right, I knew you would not forget my looks. Feng Yujie laughed and then took out a portrait and said it to Qin Xiang. This is my original appearance. If you want to know how I look like, this is the only way. Qin Xiang stared at the portrait. The extremely beautiful face indeed gave people a very mysterious feeling of shock, a feeling that was difficult to describe. Although it was in the painting, her smiling face gave off a very gentle feeling. And within that gentle smile, there was a charming charm that captivated one's soul. And looking closely at her eyes, one could feel a kind of aloofness. It was just a painting, but Qin Xiang could actually see through it. As he watched, he suddenly felt that the woman in the painting seemed to be alive, but was shrouded in a mysterious veil, causing him to be unable to see through it. He could not help but focus, wanting to remove the mysterious veil and read the mysterious woman. What a strange feeling! Qin Xiang frowned and returned the portrait to Feng Yujie. Feng Yujie was surprised and said softly, You're fine. Is something the matter? Qin Xiang was puzzled. Isn't it just a picture? Feng Yujie laughed lightly. That's right, it was just a portrait, but you looked at it for 3 days and 3 nights. What? Chun Xiang stood up abruptly in shock. That's impossible. How is it possible that I don't know? I just looked at it a few times. It's true. I've been bewitched for more than 2 hours. This face is truly magical. Long Shui said, It seems that she is too modest. She should be stronger than May Emperor by a lot. Feng Yujie kept the portrait and laughed. Do you still want to see my true appearance? At this time, Chun Xiang was suddenly shocked. He could not remember the face in the portrait just now, no matter how hard he tried. That face could not appear in his mind. He took a deep breath. This was already beyond his comprehension. No wonder Feng Yujie did not dare to reveal his true appearance. That would definitely cause a large group of people to go crazy. Aunt Feng, if I were to see your true appearance, what would happen to me? Chun Xiang was very curious about this. You probably won't harm me, right? Aunt Feng, if I were to see your true appearance, what would happen to me? Chun Xiang was very curious about this. You probably won't harm me, right? Feng Yujie laughed. Of course I won't harm you. If you were to see my appearance right now, with your cultivation in the divine way, the consequences wouldn't be too serious. At most, when you restrain my enticing power, your mind would be severely injured. What if I don't resist your charm? Chun Xiang asked again. I don't know what you're talking about. If it's any other man, they'll listen to whatever I say. In their spiritual world, I'm their D, completely under their control. I'll even turn into a walking corpse, only listening to my commands. Feng Yujie suddenly appeared behind Chun Xiang, gently blowing on his ear, laughing. Do you want to try? Chun Xiang fiercely jumped away, maintaining a distance from her, his face filled with fear, and said, Where did you learn this from? Isn't this a little too demonic? Seeing how scared Chun Xiang was now, Feng Yujie giggled. This is someone's innate ability. I didn't learn anything. Chun Xiang said, I heard that the May Emperor's woman who was bewitched was also very powerful. Feng Yujie nodded and said with a stern expression, That's right. Back then, Mei Yao and you were almost controlled by her. Then is May Emperor a man or a woman? It's a woman. I'm not afraid to tell you that we were born on the same day. We lived together for a period of time. Feng Yujie sighed, a complicated look in her eyes. It seemed like her relations. I plus P with May Emperor was not simple. Are you two sisters? May Emperor and Feng Yujie both had this special ability, and they were both born on the same day. So Chun Xiang had asked her this question. It's not a sister. We were not born like normal people. I only remember that I stayed very close to a crystal, and when I grew up to become a little girl, I broke open the crystal ball and came to this world, and May Emperor also came to me on the same day, only that the crystal ball that gave birth to her was not a crystal ball, but a black ball instead. The process of your birth is not ordinary either. You all popped out from the stone. Chun Xiang laughed. Your origins are really mysterious. Feng Yujie rolled her eyes at him. All right, do what you need to do. I have a lot of work to do right now. Yeah, help me pay attention to the Tier 7 and above immortal medicines. If possible, you'd better help me buy them first. Chun Xiang said, I will go to the wilderness to try my luck, see if I can find wild immortal medicine. After leaving the Divine Feather School, Chun Xiang didn't know where to find wild immortal medicine, so he could only ask around. After that, he followed a group of people to a more dangerous place in the sacred region called Nine Spirit Heavenly Sea. The Nine Spirit Heavenly Sea was actually an extremely huge lake in the interior of the continent. Even if an immortal was to speed up, it would still take more than 10 years to cross, which was why it was called the sea. From this, it could be seen that the sacred domain was extremely huge, as if it had no boundaries. It was said that there were many islands in the Nine Spirit Heavenly Sea that had not been discovered yet. Because no humans had set foot on these islands all year round, there were many rare and ancient immortal medicines that grew on these islands, and there were also many instances of holy medicines being found in these islands. Chun Xiang came to a small town beside the nine-spirit heavenly sea. He stood on the S-H-O-R-E and looked at the endless nine-spirit heavenly sea. Waves after waves of cool breeze blew over, landing on his face, causing him to feel very comfortable. He sat comfortably on a rock, enjoying the caress of the sea breeze. Little naughty dragon, what do you think I should do to resist Feng Yujie's charm? If I can't deal with her, I can't think of a way to deal with Mei Emperor either. This was the knot in Chun Xiang's heart. He had always thought that his ability to resist the temptation was not bad, but after seeing Feng Yujie's portrait, he was no longer that confident. I had thought of a way to deal with it before and sealed off my own vision, but after thinking about it again, I felt that it was useless. This is because Feng Yujie's innate charm directly penetrated into your soul, and even if you don't look, it would be able to penetrate into your mind. Long Shui said, "At the moment, there's no way to resist her enticing power. However, there's a huge difference in strength between you and her now. Even though you possess the shaped divine deity, your cultivation is not profound enough, especially in the divine way. You're far from being comparable to an old demon like Feng Yujie who has lived for many years." Chun Xiang was a little dejected before, but after hearing what Long Shui said, he knew that there was only one way left to him, and that was to raise his strength, raise his cultivation, and make his soul stronger. Once I refine the holy elixir, my cultivation will be able to catch up very quickly. Chun Xiang encouraged himself inwardly before looking at the boundless sea in front of him. With a loud shout, he rushed up into the sky, flying quickly above the sea as he searched for islands that were bearing immortal medicines. Chun Xiang would not land even if he saw one. Right now, he was going to find an island with a city built on top of it. He would go up to the island and inquire about some information. He flew for more than 10 days and saw a relatively large island. On it, there was a small city without transmission array, but there were many people who were looking for treasures in nine-spirit heavenly sea, many of them being powerful sacred immortals. Nine-spirit heavenly sea is a huge treasure trove. There should be a lot of holy stone lode hidden deep under the sea, and there should be some kind of great power hiding in the nine-spirit heavenly sea. Long Shui said, Super Holy School should have already extended his hand here. Those who dared to come to the nine-spirit heavenly sea were all very courageous people. After entering the nine-spirit heavenly sea, it meant that they had half a foot in a coffin, and sometimes, even if they were flying in the sky, they would still meet some strong flying beasts, which were extremely dangerous. Therefore, everyone in the city had a valiant aura. Chun Xiang only walked here for half a day to have a rough understanding of the nine-spirit heavenly sea. For example, in this city, there would be some bounty missions such as killing sea beasts, searching for deep-sea mines, finding island immortal medicines, and so on. These were all huge bounties. Right now, Chun Xiang was in the Western Sea, and the overlord of the Western Sea was the Divine Shock Sect. It was said that their strength was on par with the current Super Holy School, and they were working for the L Devil Emperor, but they were not under the control of the Super Holy School. Chun Xiang never thought that there would actually be a hidden colossus that could rival the Super Holy School as here. And this was merely the Western Sea of the Nine-Spirit Heavenly CS. Chun Xiang never thought that there would actually be a hidden colossus that could rival the Super Holy School as here. And this was merely the Western Sea of the Nine-Spirit Heavenly CS. If the L Devil Emperor controls the great powers in the sacred domain, if we start a big battle and attack the Nine Heaven World, it will definitely be a tough battle. Long Shui sighed. I hope that Nine Heaven World can quickly become stronger. In these past few years, Nine Heaven World has not been able to develop much, but these endless heaven realm have developed so quickly. Chun Xiang said, Currently, Di Tian's Holy Spirit Chi is increasing every day, and it won't be long before he can Serpa all these endless heaven realm. He can definitely produce many strong warriors, but it will take a while. This island was still too small. Qinxiang did not have any gains. Right now, he was at the West Sea Island with a relatively large number of people. It was the headquarters of the S.H.I. Placenta sect, a huge island with tens of millions of people on it. Qinxiang spent more than 10 days before arriving at Heavenly Waves Island. There were indeed a lot of people there, and many of them stayed here for a long time. Of course, most of them came from the various islands in the Nine-Spirit Heavenly Sea, as well as the other places on the sacred land. As soon as he entered the city, he heard people talking about something strange. It seemed that there was an extremely tense atmosphere hanging over the entire island. In the notice board at the city gate, many people were gathered here to watch the bounty being posted. Recently, many old fellows appeared in the Western Sea. They were all Saint Realm experts. Those originally domineering Saint Lords were now so scared that they didn't even dare to fart. An old man laughed. Didn't the Divine Wave sect already declare their loyalty to the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor? If the Super Holy School dared to come here, they would not be afraid that the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor would blame them. A man asked in surprise. In the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary, one could become a Saint Immortal after having undergone 9 transformations. Above the Saint Immortal, the Saint Lord was the Saint Lord, and the Saint Realm experts such as Feng Yujia, the Leader S, the Eagle Empress, and the Fox Emperors were all Saint Rulers. According to strength, Qinxiang was only a Holy Lord right now, stronger than many Holy Immortals, but not as strong as the Holy Master. Now that the Holy Knights were gathered in the Western Sea, Qinxiang was also somewhat antic. 1. Aiding the upcoming grand show. No, I heard that they are here to kill a person, and the person who placed this bounty was the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor. The old man's words surprised Qinxiang. The H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor had placed a bounty on someone to be killed, and that person was in the Western Sea. What kind of background was this? While Qinxiang was guessing in his heart, the old man continued, "This person is very powerful. Previously, when he messed up the holy tree in the Sacred Beast mountain range, he almost chopped off the Eagle Emperor's old lair. Furthermore, he killed one of H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor's Hades, and this person is the biggest stumbling block in H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor's control over the sacred domain." Qinxiang was shocked. The person who was being killed by the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor's bounty was actually him. "Senior, did you come to the Western Sea to kill that person as well?" Qinxiang asked. He could tell that the old man was powerful and was a holy lord. "Of course not. That's something that the Holy Master did. I just wanted to try my luck, and many sacred masters know about this matter. As long as we can kill that person, we can obtain the divine deity bestowed to us by the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor." The old man shook his head and smiled. "It's a pity that I am a Saint Lord, so I cannot find out where that person is from H.E.L.L. Devil Envoy." The people watching the notice were all stunned. The H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor actually took out the divine deity as compensation? Qinxiang secretly took a deep breath. His current situation was extremely dangerous. "Old Senior, how is that H.E.L.L. Devil Envoy so powerful to actually know where that person is?" Qinxiang was very confident in his concealing ability, but the old man spoke as if the H.E.L.L. Devil Envoy knew of his exact location. "To tell you the truth, I came here from the Southern Ocean with our leader. Leader only said that H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor paid a huge price and placed a curse on that person's body so that we would know his location at any time. After that, we can tell H.E.L.L. Devil Envoy where he is before H.E.L.L. Devil Envoy, and then we can tell the saints," the old man said. At this time, a man shouted out, "South Sea, Senior, could it be that you come from the South Sea Holy Sword sect?" "Exactly." The old man smiled. Qinxiang cursed in his heart. He never thought that this H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor would pay so much attention to him, pay a huge price, and place an unknown curse on him. Then take out a set of divine deity as a reward in order to kill him. Long Shui said, "This is pretty much the same as Chi-S, H-I, plus back then, only that the H-E-L, L Devil Emperor attacked late. Do you remember the Earth's core race that couldn't see the sun?" Qin Xiang said, "Can't he just use a curse to kill me?" "Of course not. If possible, you would have already died, although there is this kind of curse, but it is not suitable for you." "Of course not. If possible, you would have already died, but there would be this kind of curse. But it is not appropriate for you to use this kind of curse on your body." Long Shui said, "Just how did this guy do it? There's A-S-P-A-C between us, and he hasn't even seen me before. To be able to directly cast a spell on me, isn't that too outrageous?" Qin Xiang still found it hard to believe. Him being able to curse you means that he already hates you to a certain extent. This is also one of the important conditions to do so. Only when his hatred reaches a certain point can he use the curse. Long Shui said, "Back then the Iron Lion Army and the Duan clan had repeatedly destroyed his plans, which was why they were cursed." Qin Xiang scolded himself. So despicable. Long Shui laughed. "You are right. It is not a curse that makes people want to kill you. Then H-E-L, L Devil Emperor will have to pay a huge price to place the curse. As for what price it is, I do not know." Now that he had been hunted by a large group of holy saints, Qin Xiang was extremely depressed. Although he had divine deity and Long Shui was by his side facing a large group of holy saints, he could only flee. Before he even played around in the city, Qin Xiang had already rushed out of the city, flying towards the deep sea at an extremely fast speed. He wasn't too worried. After all, he had assimilated with the spatial rule spiritual bead. Qin Xiang now understood why 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord went to H-E-L-L all those years ago. H-E-L, L Devil Emperor was only relying on his strength as a G-O-D. He had gone too far in bullying others. The H-E-L-L Devil Emperor was unable to come to the 9 Heaven world, but through the resources he possessed and his powerful strength, he was able to gain a great deal of influence in the 9 Heaven world and the Endless Heaven realm. The H-E-L-L Devil Emperor was unable to come to the 9 Heaven world, but through the resources he possessed and his powerful strength, he was able to gain a great deal of influence in the 9 Heaven world and the Endless Heaven realm. Directly interfering with the normal operation of these worlds, not only did G-O-D-S realm not punish him, he did not even stop him. This made Qin Xiang angry in his heart. He felt that the G-O-D-S realm was deliberately allowing the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor to do this, so there was no need for this kind of G-O-D-S realm to exist. "I will pay attention to your surroundings at all times. As long as anyone approaches, I will be able to sense them within 100 miles, especially those people with powerful strength. It is easier for me to discover them." Long Shui said, "If there are too many sacred masters chasing after me, I can only temporarily escape. If there are 1 or 2 of them, you can make a move too. If you want to let them know, killing me to change divine deity won't be that easy." Qin Xiang sneered. He could not wait to see a divine realm expert appear right now. With his and Long Shui's strength, even if they could not kill each other, it would be fine to let the other party suffer a small loss. Regarding the curse on the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor, Qin Xiang did not feel that there was anything wrong with his body, nor did he know how well the H-E-L-L Devil Emperor grasped his position. Qin Xiang flew above the 9-spirit heavenly sea, and below him was a huge stretch of land. He flew for many days, but still could not find any lively islands, all of which were destroyed by people. Originally, Qin Xiang was still a little nervous. Being chased and beaten up by a group of powerful Saint Masters was not an easy task. But 10 days had passed, and no one came chasing after him. This made Qin Xiang feel much less pressured, and was able to concentrate on searching for the island where the growth medicine was coming from. However, just as he was relaxing his vigilance, both he and Long Shui suddenly sensed an extremely sharp qi approaching them, and it was even somewhat familiar. This aura seems to have come from that new Thunder Emperor of the heavenly region. Could it be that the other saint rulers have come as well? Long Shui said in a shocked voice, "Only his aura is left. He should be the only one here. Do you want to deal with him?" Thunder Emperor. A powerful and domineering middle-aged man surfaced in Chen Xiang's mind. Back then, he had used the bone-melting magic palm to cripple Thunder Emperor's son. Now that El Devil Emperor was using divine deity to place a bounty on him. It was not strange that Thunder Emperor would come to kill him. As the strongest in the Saint Thunder Sky realm, as well as the Thunder Emperor in charge of the Saint Thunder Sky realm, his strength was probably much stronger than other Saint Realm experts. Forget it! For this guy to be able to find me, it must be because of his speed. It seems like the El Devil Emperor is very clear on my position. If a Saint Lord were to suddenly appear while we were halfway, it would be extremely disadvantageous for me. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he used the power of SPAC to teleport instantly and disappeared from this area in the blink of an eye. Chen Xiang's current location was extremely far away from where he was just now. He estimated that even a holy master as fast as the Thunder Emperor would need a few days to reach him. The SPAC in the heavenly realm was not like the 9 heaven worlds. Even if it could shatter SPAC here, SPAC would instantly repair itself in an instant. Even the powerful Saint Realm cultivators would find it difficult to travel through SPAC as easily as Chen Xiang. Although the Saint Realm cultivators could travel through SPAC, they were not far from each other and their locations were not accurate. Chen Xiang had fused with the spatial rule spiritual bead and was very familiar with the laws of SPAC. He could easily use the power of SPAC, so when he was shuttling through SPAC, he was like a fish back in water. That won't do. If I don't kill 1 or 2 of these saints, they will think I'm scared. I have to let them know how powerful I am. Chen Xiang floated in the air with his fists clenched tightly. Long Shui said, "Then let's find one to teach him a lesson. It would be best if he can get rid of him." Chen Xiang was still in the Western Sea right now and continued to search for those islands. He even slowed down while flying, and since the El Devil Emperor had control over his movements, there would be holy masters who would find him soon. Usually they would be the fastest to arrive here. In just the past 3 days, Long Shui had already sensed that someone was rapidly approaching. Previously, when the Thunder Emperor was approaching Chen Xiang, and he had noticed it at the same time, but now Chen Xiang did not feel it at all, which made him feel that it was very strange. Why didn't I sense it? Could it be that this fellow that came here is hiding? Chen Xiang asked doubtfully, "Is that so? This guy has a very arrogant aura, and that aura is extremely annoying. How is it possible that you can't feel such an obvious aura?" Long Shui was also confused. Even if I don't want to feel it, with the force of the qi, it would be hard for me not to sense it. Chen Xiang did not move, but simply floated in the air, waiting for the holy master who had come to kill him. He had already decided that no matter the cost, he would let this holy saint who came to kill him learn a lesson. He didn't have to wait too long before that saint arrived. He wore a white robe and carried a long sword on his back. His hair was white at the temples. Long Shui and Chen Xiang couldn't tell where he came from, but he was definitely a saint. "You are here to kill me?" Chen Xiang asked. "It looks like you already know about the killing order issued by the El Devil Emperor. My luck is good. I was able to find you so quickly." The man smiled and casually held the sword on his back in his hand. "You are from the South Sea, Holy Sword Sect?" Chen Xiang asked again. He was not nervous, nor was he afraid, but the current, easygoing look he had surprised the man. "This should be the first time you've seen me. I didn't expect you to recognize me." The man smiled slightly. "I am the leader from the Sacred Sword Sect, Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian." Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian. This name is rather strange. Qin Xiang rubbed his nose, then looked at the ordinary-looking long sword in Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian's hand. When you were fighting me, if you were to be within 10 swords, your opponent would either die or lose. Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian was still smiling, but his smile was filled with arrogance. So you never lost. Qin Xiang could already feel the strong sword intent from the other party. Not in the past and not in the future, but now it's even more impossible to lose. Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian suddenly raised the sword in his hand and aimed it at Qin Xiang's throat, but did not stab forward. When he met Qin Xiang, he was not in a hurry to make a move. He was not afraid of Qin Xiang running away, nor was he afraid of the other saint rulers coming over. Qin Xiang laughed. A majority of people who use swords had this kind of arrogance. I wonder how you compare to the sword emperor of our 9-heaven world. Qin Xiang saw that the other party was not in a hurry to attack, so he did not attack in a hurry either. The sword emperor of your 9-heaven world has disappeared a long time ago. He should be dead, and I'm the sword emperor now. I'll go to the 9-heaven world in the future and let them know who the real sword emperor is. Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian laughed. Seeing that Qin Xiang did not have any thoughts of fighting, he asked, Are you trying to escape? Qin Xiang laughed heartily. If I were to escape, you wouldn't be able to see me at all. I just want you to take advantage of this situation to take a look at this world and talk a bit more. Qin Xiang laughed heartily. If I were to escape, you wouldn't be able to see me at all. I just want you to take advantage of this situation to take a look at this world and talk a bit more. Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian laughed out loud. You're really arrogant, but since you got the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor to issue such a wanted poster to you, you shouldn't be as weak as you look. Arrogant. Same here. What Qin Xiang said just now was the truth. The previous Thunder Emperor was so fast that they couldn't even take him down, and Long Shui had long discovered him. At that time, Qin Xiang would be able to leave. Humph! Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian suddenly snorted. The sword in his hand had already pierced towards Qin Xiang like lightning. The calm surface of the sea had suddenly surged, and following the thrust of the sword, a huge wave that was over 300 meters tall suddenly rose. He was previously laughing and talking, but in the blink of an eye his sword was already as vicious as Li Ao's. If not for Qin Xiang's 100 battles, being able to avoid the attack when he sensed the sudden burst of killing intent, his body would have already been pierced through by the sword, and even if Qin Xiang had Profound Wu diamond armor S, he would not have been able to withstand it. After Qin Xiang dodged, he kept his distance from Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian at the same time. The sword in the hands of the leader S in front of him was not a holy sword. It was not as ordinary as it looked. In that instant earlier, Qin Xiang clearly felt how terrifying that sword was. It's dragon-slaying qi. What a powerful dragon-slaying qi. That sword should be a divine sword that has S. Sacred, many powerful dragons and beasts. If you use it well, the profound wood diamond armor you're wearing might not even be able to withstand it. Long Shui said in a shocked voice, No wonder I could sense this guy just now. It's because the sword in his hand is too powerful. To be able to dodge my sword strike, not bad, not bad. You are worth a divine deity. It shouldn't be just your abilities. Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian looked at Qin Xiang, who had suddenly flashed far away. Your sword was given to you by the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor. I'm afraid this is something only the DS realm has. Qin Xiang said. The dragon-slaying qi was something that could only be ACCU. Mulat by killing powerful sky dragons or D dragons. Otherwise, Long Shui would not be so afraid. Qin Xiang took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and said to Long Shui, Lend me your power. I must take care of this guy. You must be careful. When the time comes, neither of us will have much strength left. We must successfully kill him. Long Shui immediately channeled the power of Sky Dragon into Chen Xiang's body. When Jiang S. H. I. plus Jian saw Qin Xiang's qi suddenly increase dramatically, he frowned and slashed at Qin Xiang again from afar. This sword was even more terrifying than the previous sword. A large part of the sea was pressed in all directions by the aura from the sword. The waves seemed to rush up to the sky, engulfing the entire sky. The sky was overcast with thick clouds, rolling thunder, and dense lightning. It was very scary. Later on, he fused his divine deity and became even more powerful. Even if he did not receive the power that Long Shui had channeled into him, he could still withstand a few blows from Long Shui, or at least not be defeated by him with just 10 swords. The churning ocean wildly roared, and huge waves over 300 meters surged. This was caused by the power produced by Jiang S. H. I. plus Jian when he struck with his sword. The force of his sword burst out with an extremely violent power. The powerful divine power condensed at the tip of his sword was used to stab at Qin Xiang, causing S.P.A.C. to ripple and distort as it pierced through. When Qin Xiang saw this, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, and he did not dodge this time. There was no need for him to dodge. G.O.D. power, divine deity, combined with Long Shui's dragon G.O.D.'s power combined with the Azure Dragon Demon G.O.D. slaying blade. Jiang S. H. I. plus Jian thrusted from afar. But the sword did not come over. It only released a strong sword force that was able to destroy the heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Break! Qin Xiang brandished his blade, and the green light of the divine blade shot out in all directions, releasing a burst of light that covered the entire body of the blade. Congealing an extremely terrifying qi from the divine blade, it suddenly shot out, transforming into a green-colored dragon. While roaring, it danced towards the incoming sword attack. The green dragon pierced through the surging sea of anger, causing the sea to surge even more ferociously as it ferociously charged towards the incoming huge wolf made of swords. In the sea, there were 2 giant waves. One was formed by a murderous sword. The other was formed by a giant green dragon. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed. The 2 furious waves clashed with each other. Boom! 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 The sound wave resounded in the sky, causing the seawater in the Western Sea to undulate up and down nonstop. The sound wave spread out in all directions, setting off a true berserk tide that engulfed countless islands. The aftermath of this fierce clash was enough to destroy dozens of huge cities. The force of the blade and sword fiercely clashed against each other. Jiang S. H. I. plus Jian's dragon, slaying divine sword trembled, giving off a crisp humming sound as it shook within the surging waves and the roaring thunder sea. Following the shock wave from before, it once again wreaked havoc in all 4 directions of the ocean. On the other hand, the green dragon demon-slain broadsword in Qin Xiang's hands were very stable. It was not affected in the slightest. You've already unleashed your 2nd sword strike. I'd like to see if you can take me down within the 10 sword strikes. Qin Xiang let out a cold laugh as he suddenly teleported next to Jiang S. H. I. plus Jian and struck him with his deranged blade. Just as Jiang S. H. I. plus Jian sensed the movement in S. P. A. C., Qin Xiang appeared beside him and instantly slashed down. This was done in an instant. He had no time to dodge at all. The huge green dragon that Qin Xiang slashed with his blade roared in his ears. An extremely berserk blade force enveloped him, and the large blade slashed straight towards his neck. In the end, Jiang S. H. I. plus Jian was still a sword saint after all, although he did not manage to avoid the blade in time. But with his rich battle experience, he subconsciously blocked with his sword. With a crisp clank, Qin Xiang's divine blade fiercely slashed onto the dragon-slaying God sword. This was the first time Jiang S. H. I. plus Jian had exchanged blows with Qin Xiang head-on. The power carried by Chen Xiang's divine blade was true divine strength that had been baptized by divine deity, and Long Xue's dragon God power had also been tempered by the supreme dragon blood. So it was the most terrifying divine strength. Adding to that, the terrifying weight that erupted when Chen Xiang's physical body and divine blade absorbed the divine strength, caused the divine sword in Jiang S. H.I. plus Jian's hand to almost fall out of his hands. However, he still withstood Chen Xiang's blade strike. However, the explosive power of the blade and the terrifying impact it produced still knocked him down from the sky and into the ocean. Had already realized how powerful Chen Xiang was at this moment, especially the powerful Dragon D's power and divine power that came from Chen Xiang's body. Just now, he could clearly feel that there were two types of strong and special divine powers colliding with each other on Chen Xiang's body, producing an extremely terrifying power. Jiang S. H.I. plus Jian, who had sunk into the divine sense, felt fear in his heart as he fiercely jumped out of the sea. He looked at the sword in his hand and saw that there was actually a small hole on it. You are far inferior to the 9 heaven worlds, Sword Emperor. You want to be called an emperor with your level. Chen Xiang mocked and ridiculed him. What he said was the truth, because the Sword Emperor was extremely powerful. Long Xue had very high opinions of him, much more powerful than the person in front of him. Only his whereabouts were unknown. Being mocked by Chen Xiang, Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian became furious. She bellowed, holding her sword. She angrily rushed towards Chen Xiang, her body surging with terrifying killing intent. The dragon-slaying God sword that had a gap in it released an even more intense killing intent that soared to the sky. Being mocked by Chen Xiang, Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian became furious. She bellowed, holding her sword. She angrily rushed towards Chen Xiang, her body surging with terrifying killing intent. The dragon-slaying God sword that had a gap in it released an even more intense killing intent that soared to the sky. Seeing this, Chen Xiang laughed coldly. The powerful dragon-slaying D sword started to spew out a black, evil qi, which seeped into the ocean water and dyed it black. Sure enough, you did not even have a good ending when you made the deal with the H.E.L. Devil Emperor. The sword in your hand is filled with dense, baleful aura. Chen Xiang originally thought that they would have to fight bitterly, but who knew that at this time the other party would be infected by this kind of evil, baleful aura. Towards him who had cultivated the devil-suppressing kung fu, the current Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian was simply too easy to deal with. As long as I can kill you. Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian's eyes turned red. The sword qi became extremely berserk and filled with hostility. This was the sign of one falling into evil. Chen Xiang suspected that the dragon-slaying D sword was something that the H.E.L. Devil Emperor had used before, and there was definitely a large amount of evil power hidden inside it. Sensing the evil power that was hiding inside Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian's heart, Chen Xiang felt that Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian, who had been trampled on by Chen Xiang's dignity, only wanted to kill Chen Xiang, so he lost his focus and was infiltrated by the evil power inside the dragon-slaying God sword. With your current condition, it's even more impossible for you to kill me. Chen Xiang laughed out loud. Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian had already swung his sword over. The sword force was extremely tyrannical, bringing with it a black mist. It rippled the water surface, which was dyed black. A burst of golden holy light appeared on Chen Xiang's body, and the dragon-slaying divine sword hacked down onto the light barrier that had just appeared on his body. This was an energy barrier formed by the devil-suppressing qi array, and it contained Chen Xiang's powerful devil-suppressing magic power. Let's end this quickly. Long Xue sent a sound transmission to Chen Xiang because she and Chen Xiang were using up all of their energy, and there were a lot of experts chasing after him. When Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian saw that not only did his attack have no effect, it had even bounced him off, he was even angrier in his heart. Even though he was unstoppable in the southern sea with his sword arts, a fierce attack was not able to hurt him at all. Such an obvious difference in strength caused Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian to roar wildly. Black aura surged from his body, as if he was a berserk devil ignited by black flames. Qin Xiang never thought that the dragon-slaying G.O.D. sword would be so powerful, able to turn a saint into a demon so easily. If Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian didn't use this dragon-slaying G.O.D. sword, he would have to bitterly battle for a while before being able to take him down. Go meet your master in H.E.L.L. Qin Xiang took out the holy devil-suppressing seal and threw it out. It was as big as a small mountain. S.H.I. plus Ning with a golden light, looking like a meteor as it pressed down towards Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian. The dragon-slaying G.O.D. sword that was releasing the evil force directly collided with the holy devil-suppressing seal's solid surface and was directly smashed into pieces by the divine force. The moment the dragon-slaying G.O.D. sword was destroyed, Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian suddenly became clear-headed, but it was already too late. The evil energy in the dragon-slaying G.O.D. sword immediately rushed into Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian's body, causing Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian's body to turn pitch black, black spikes emerging from his body. Layers of black scales appeared. He looked extremely sinister. The evil energy was actually able to turn him into a terrifying demon. Subdue! Qin Xiang shouted in a serious tone, because Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian had suddenly become very powerful, both palms holding the holy devil-suppressing seal, ready to lift it up. Qin Xiang had no choice but to use an even stronger devil-suppressing magic power to make the holy devil-suppressing seal even stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress this Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian. The holy devil-suppressing seal became even heavier. Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian, who could still hold on, was suddenly pressed down, and the instant he quickly fell, the holy devil-suppressing seal released a gold light. The word suppress appeared and pressed onto Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian's body. The moment his body was destroyed, Qin Xiang suddenly felt that evil spirit escaping from within. He anxiously used the soul-absorbing devil spell, wanting to completely destroy it, but who knew that in that short moment, the evil spirit disappeared. As long as you stay in H.E.L.L. for a while, you will be able to revive him. You must know that his soul has already been sold to the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor, and the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor will not let him be destroyed so easily. Long Shui said in an extremely displeased tone, "This is the benefit of working hard for H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor." Qin Xiang looked at the gradually dissipating black, baleful qi and sighed. I never thought that God's realm had dragons too, and even more of them. Just now, that sword was able to kill quite a few dragons, which was why it was able to condense a large amount of dragon-slaying qi. If there isn't a single dragon with divine deity, or if there isn't a single supreme dragon blood, then it shouldn't be an issue at God's realm. If we go up without a single bit of foundation, we'll definitely be bullied. Long Shui said. Long Shui's strength withdrew out of Qin Xiang's body. Qin Xiang's body only experienced pain for a while, and there wasn't any major problems, unlike the excruciating pain from before when one wished to die. Another person has come. This is really annoying. I wonder when he will be able to break free from the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor's curse on me. Qin Xiang could sense the auras coming from all four directions. They were all the powers of the Saint Ruler and the Thunder Emperor that was running in front of them the fastest. Jiang S.H.I. plus Jian has already been killed by me. I don't have the energy to play with you now. See you next time. Qin Xiang shouted loudly. The sound resonated in all directions, shaking the entire ocean. Following that, he took a step in the air and disappeared. Qin Xiang's qi suddenly disappeared. Thunder Emperor stopped in his tracks and said coldly, Qin Xiang, you'll never be able to escape. You should take the chance and come out. As long as the L Devil Envoy continued to give them Chun Xiang's position. They were confident that they could catch him, just like how Jiang's HI plus Jian was. It was just that since Jiang's HI plus Jian had been killed, the sacred masters realized that it would not be easy to obtain the divine deity. Chun Xiang was still in the nine-spirit heavenly sea, but he had already left the Western Sea. Many of his pursuers were sacred masters in the Western Sea, and it would not be easy for them to pass through the East Sea if he suddenly appeared, especially since his location was very far away from where the transmission array was. He had to fly there directly. Chun Xiang was on a small island in the East Sea. This place did not have any immortal medicines, or else there would definitely be a strong sea beast guarding this place. I can't go on like this. I can't even do things in peace. As long as they come, I'll have to run. Chun Xiang cursed under his breath. If I had the power of the Saint Ruler right now, then I would be the one chasing after these guys. Long Shui said, "They all found out about your location from L Devil Envoy. There should be several L Devil Envoy here. We just need to deal with them." Sigh, I thought before L Devil Envoy is the best choice. I used the Devil Suppressing Kung Fu and Holy Devil Suppressing Seal to suppress one of them, but it would not be easy to find them. These guys are probably scared to death of me. Chun Xiang sighed helplessly. Is there really no way to break this D-A-M-N curse? Chun Xiang came to Absolute Monarch Sanctuary to become a pill saint, and now that he was wanted by the HELL Devil Emperor, he couldn't refine pills without worry. Moreover, he didn't know when this kind of day would come to an end. Chun Xiang came to Absolute Monarch Sanctuary to become a pill saint, and now that he was wanted by the HELL Devil Emperor, he couldn't refine pills without worry. Moreover, he didn't know when this kind of day would come to an end. Of course the curse can be broken. This usually requires the disappearance of the power of the curse. For example, the Duan clan got their hands on a curse, but after a while the power of the curse will be used up and everything will be fine. Long Shui said, "If we know how much curse power you have, we can just think of a way to quickly drain it." Chun Xiang said, "As long as I move in order to determine my position, the curse will start to activate, thus consuming the curse power. I just don't know how much curse power there is. The curse power paid a huge price to use it on me by the HELL Devil Emperor. It definitely won't be that simple." Long Shui laughed. "Of course, there will be a way. At least right now you have a way. You know how to travel through SPAC, plus you need to search for these islands. It will require you to move everywhere. This 9-spirit heavenly sea is so big, you can go back and forth in these 4 areas. Even if you cannot use up all the curse energy, the holy saints who chase you will definitely spurt blood." Chun Xiang thought for a moment, then laughed. They crossed a large ocean, and just as they were about to approach me, I suddenly disappeared. It didn't take them long before they found out that I was in another ocean, and they would definitely be angry. I'm young anyways. Let's see who will last long enough. Do you really think it's so easy to get a set of divine deity? The reason why I got divine deity as a bounty was not because of my luck. Chun Xiang, who had no other choice, could only use this method of death. He was only looking for an island with immortal pills, and did not start refining pills. After searching for an island with immortal medicines, Chun Xiang gained some insights. As long as he found an uninhabited island, and a holy beast appeared, most of the immortal medicines would be on it. During the month of being hunted, he had used this method to find tier 1 or 2 immortal medicines. They weren't of much use to him, and those holy beasts were weaker. He could easily kill them and then toss them to Long Shui to eat. Chun Xiang had just finished eating the roasted beast meat on a small island when he sensed a few strong auras approaching him. He wiped his greasy mouth and laughed. This group of fellows they have been chasing for over a month, and yet they have not given up. Let's see how long they can hold out for. With that, the SPAC around him started to ripple. His body merged with the fluctuating SPAC and disappeared. Not long after he left, a burly voice came from the small island. Seeing the flames that had been extinguished and the fragrance of the grilled meat spreading in the air, the Thunder Emperor roared out, waved his hand, and released a flash of lightning that struck the small island, causing it to emit an earth-shattering sound. The ocean surged, and amidst the wind and clouds, a small island was exterminated. The Holy Master, who appeared afterwards, knew that Chunxiang had ran away when he saw the furious look on Thunder Emperor's face. Although he was disappointed, he was still rather happy because Chunxiang was not captured by the Thunder Emperor. Otherwise, they would not be part of the divine deity. Thunder Emperor wasn't the first to arrive, because sometimes when Chunxiang appeared, those sacred masters would immediately rush over if he was closest to the other sacred masters. However, they had never seen any trace of Chunxiang, so they would frequently see some leftover bones. I can't go on like this. It's been more than a month since then, and only Jiang S, H, I plus Jian and Qinxiang have exchanged blows. Most likely, Qinxiang thought that he was easy to deal with and had not been chased around by anyone else at that time. An old man with white beard and hair said, "He always knows that I'm coming over, but we've all hidden ourselves very well. It seems like we need to find a better concealment technique, or else we won't be able to catch up to him." A middle-aged man said. After saying that, they both left. It seemed that they planned to stop their pursuit of Qinxiang for a period of time and find a way to conceal their auras. Old Jiang, do you know anything about this place? Chi S, H, I, plus sat on a circular flying disc. The one controlling the flying disc was Jiangsheng, so the two of them had already reached the Saint Realm. Jiangsheng shook his head. "No, even if they did, they probably wouldn't remember me. What about you?" Chi S, H, I, plus laughed. "There are a few enemies here, but that brat Qinxiang has met with big trouble this time. Several big guys from the Heaven Realm all came here to kill him. I wonder how he feels right now." Jiangsheng chuckled. "He's even better than you were back then. Even back then, when you were dealt with by the L Devil Emperor. You didn't have a scale like his. Chunxiang is not strong enough, and he was even kicked out of the tracing mantra. He can run, but it won't be long before he gets caught again, which will definitely bore him to death. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Chi S, H, I, plus laughed. L Devil Emperor has become smarter now. I have to kill him before Qinxiang matures. If not, he will have a headache in the future. Jiangsheng asked, "How do we help him?" "That tracing mantra might not be the least lethal, but it's the lowest one. The power of the curse is hard to exhaust, and there's no way to touch it at all. Why are you so anxious? Let's just let him play for a while and go meet some old acquaintances. I don't dare to fight randomly in Ditian for fear of damaging that place, but this is different." Chi S, H, I, plus laughed out loud. The boldness of the voice caused the surrounding mountains to tremble crazily. Some of the holy beasts were originally very angry, but after sensing his chi, they didn't even dare to fart. Jiangsheng chuckled. "I heard that the L's 8 cavalry emissaries are all in the absolute monarch sanctuary. I want to capture one to play with. The 8 riders in the L Devil Envoy are the 8 white-faced monsters riding black bone dragons. They should be the ones who spread Chunxiang's location around." Chi S, H, I plus said, "That's right, we can obtain divine deity after killing Qinxiang. For such a good thing, these 8 riders actually didn't find us. They really deserve a beating." Jiangsheng laughed. "You go find your old friend and fight. I will go grab a skeletal dragon devil envoy and meet up in super old sacred city." Chi S, H, I, plus suddenly laughed sinisterly. "That woman is also in super old sacred city. I remember that she is some divine feather school. Are you trying to find her? She is so powerful that even I am a little afraid of her." Jiangsheng curled his lips. "Right now, I am already clear-minded and lacking in desires." Chi S, H, I plus laughed out loud. Old Jiang, if it weren't for me back then, you would have almost become May Emperor's slave. I am a man after all. Furthermore, I did not lose anything, so the taste of the May Emperor is still not bad. Jiang Sheng stroked his chin. His face was filled with thought. I plus snickered. Ice Emperor and Fire Swallow City had tried to seduce her before, but you seemed to be even later than them. When I thought back to why I felt that she was so disgusting, and why is it that there seems to be someone else as well? Before I plus could finish, he was kicked off the frisbee by Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng, who was riding the frisbee, disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Qin Xiang once again dodged the attacks from the Thunder Emperor and the group of holy saints. Not long after coming to the North Sea, he sensed the presence of the holy sage approaching him. Qin Xiang once again dodged the attacks from the Thunder Emperor and the group of holy saints. Not long after coming to the North Sea, he sensed the presence of the holy sage approaching him. There's only one guy. Just as Qin Xiang was about to dodge, he did not sense any of the other saint rulers' auras. Should we get rid of him? Long Shui laughed. There's only one. Even if I don't act, you can probably take him down using the super old poison. Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly. It hasn't been used for a long time. I'm almost unaccustomed to it. He took out a jade box that was meticulously packaged. After opening it, there were many small transparent granules inside. These were all refined from drunk G. Magical poison, and the other box had a small transparent pellet that was refined from magical corruption gas. To alchemist, refining a large amount of poison into such small pellets was extremely easy, not to mention Qin Xiang. For a super old poison to refine such a pellet, the poison power could be imagined. But Qin Xiang felt that it was still not enough to deal with a saint. I need at least a dozen pills before I can put them down. Qin Xiang quickly threw over a dozen of these transparent pellets into the Yanlong furnace. Just like that, he floated in the air above the ocean, refining these drunk magical poison and fusing them into a small pellet convenient to poison. He finished it very quickly. That saint would need some time, enough time for him to finish several rounds of refining. Not long after, he quickly refined several magical corruption gases. The saint had already arrived. It was a bald, old man who looked very old. The wrinkles on his face were so numerous that they almost covered his entire face. You are Qin Xiang. Thank you for allowing me to obtain a set of divine deity. This old man was extremely excited. He looked at Qin Xiang as if he thought that he would be able to obtain divine deity soon. In just a blink of an eye, he was already enveloped by the black qi. He felt that all around him. There were thick walls formed by the black qi, and the worst thing was the black qi had a very pungent smell, causing him to almost vomit. Qin Xiang immediately sealed his sense of smell, and something that made him alarmed happened. The black qi that surrounded him suddenly pressured down. He anxiously released a demon suppression barrier, but the strange black qi actually directly penetrated the demon suppression barrier and quickly adhered onto his body, went through his nose, ears, eyes, and entered his body. In that instant, a large amount of black qi completely entered Qin Xiang's body. At this time, Qin Xiang's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were releasing that black aura, looking extremely terrifying. Haha, you're dead for sure. Even if D appeared, he wouldn't be able to cure you of this poison. The bald old man laughed out loud. He felt that he was just too amazing. He had taken down Qin Xiang, who Thunder Emperor, and the others could not handle even once. What poison is this? A super old poison. At this time, Qin Xiang took advantage of the situation and used his spatial energy to secretly put a refined, drunk magical poison pellet into the throat of the bald old man by teleporting through us. The laughing bald old man didn't even notice that the pellet had entered his throat. Super old poison, that's out of date. It's not as powerful as this new poison. Before the bald old man finished speaking, he felt that something was amiss. When Chun Xiang spoke just now, he was very spirited. There were no signs of poison. Chun Xiang laughed. Really? Impossible. Why are you fine? The bald old man was extremely astonished. Just as he wanted to release the second round of poison gas, he felt his body go weak and he couldn't use his divine power. As a powerful saint, divine power was the protection of his strength. Even if he had a powerful body, he would still have to kneel in the face of the attacks of a large number of drunk G.O.D. magical poison. Is your body very soft? Chun Xiang laughed. Just now, you were struck by a drunk G.O.D. magical poison that wasn't ranked among the top few. Although it isn't as strong as your new, strange poison, it's still enough to poison you. When did you poison it? Without the control of the G.O.D. power, he was just a piece of trash. Facing Chun Xiang, who had green dragon demon-slain broadsword S, he could only die. Chun Xiang took out a flying disc, causing the bald old man, who had lost his energy, to land on it. Your poison skills aren't skilled at all, so you should be able to poison silently so that the other party won't notice. Chun Xiang laughed, looking at him. He was not in a hurry to kill. It was precisely because of this that the bald old man was even more afraid. Right now, he only hoped that Chun Xiang would be more straightforward and kill him with one slash. The reason you came to kill me so quickly is because there is a H.E.L. devil envoy nearby, right? Chun Xiang's palm had already pressed down on the old man's bald head as he started to circulate his soul-absorbing devil spell, searching through his memories. The bald old man immediately cried out in pain. When he was awake, he was searched with soul-absorbing devil spell. Very quickly, Chun Xiang found out that there was something related to the H.E.L. devil envoy, and it was indeed in the Northern Sea. You can die in peace now. Chun Xiang used his strength to pinch the old man's head, and at the same time using soul-absorbing devil spell, he activated devouring magic kung fu and swallowed his opponent's powerful soul. Ah, my soul, you son of A.B.I.T.C.H., the old man roared. Do you really think that you won't die just because you worked hard for the H.E.L. Devil Emperor? Now, I won't even let you have a soul. During the process of devouring, Chun Xiang felt a resistance. This was the power of the H.E.L. Devil Emperor. Last time when he killed Jiang S. H.I. plus Jian, he let his soul escape. This time he would definitely not let this old man enter H.E.L. Die. Chun Xiang channeled his soul-absorbing devil spell with all his might, using it to the extreme, slowly devouring the old man's soul. After a while, Chun Xiang's head was in pain. Even though his divine sense, was very strong, but to be able to devour such a strong soul, he had been swollen to the extreme. I need to hurry up and refine it. Chun Xiang threw the old man's body into the demon G.O.D. slaying tower to feed the king of H.E.L. He planned to refine it after he fattened up this king of H.E.L. The soul that was devoured was actually absorbed by the divine deity not long after it had entered the divine sense. Upon closer inspection, Chun Xiang discovered that after the divine deity devoured the soul, it actually refined quickly, causing the divine deity to S.H.I. plus NE and release waves of pure divine power, strengthening his divine sense. This divine deity is so powerful, it was instantly refined. Chun Xiang exclaimed, I basically don't need to circulate 9-turn Dragon G.O.D. mantra. Divine deity were originally condensed from cultivation techniques. He himself was an intelligent cultivation technique, and after absorbing it, he could use it on his own. There's no need for you to focus on it. Long Shui laughed. If you devour more souls, maybe you can make your soul stronger, and at that time, you can get rid of the curse H.E.L. Devil Emperor placed on you. Chun Xiang's eyes lit up. The curse was all placed on his soul, because Chun Xiang's current soul was still too weak for the H.E.L. Devil Emperor, so he was trapped by the curse. If his soul evolved to be extremely strong, the curse that imprisoned his soul might be broken. Chunxiang's eyes lit up. The curse was all placed on his soul, because Chunxiang's current soul was still too weak for the L Devil Emperor, so he was trapped by the curse. If his soul evolved to be extremely strong, the curse that imprisoned his soul might be broken. All right, I'll go look for the L Devil Envoy now. The L Devil Envoy is something that came from devouring a large amount of souls from L and was evolved from a soul body. The soul should be very powerful. Chunxiang had seen L Devil Envoy's appearance from the bald old man's memories. He was a man with a face as white as flour, riding a black bone dragon. In the future, as long as I meet these lonely fellows, no matter what, I will devour their souls. Long Shui laughed. Your soul has become stronger. I will cultivate the DS join method with you. There are also great benefits for me. Chunxiang was Russ. I plus ing towards the L Devil Envoy, he asked. What is the strongest realm of the soul? Compared to mine, who is stronger? Of course it's my strength. I've evolved into an Emperor soul. Any soul that reaches my level can be called Emperor. Long Shui said, if you were also an Emperor soul, you would probably be more powerful than me, because you have the shaped divine deity. Is there something special about the Emperor soul? Why haven't I seen you display it before? Chunxiang said doubtfully, the Emperor's soul should have some sort of special ability. Of course there is. It's just that everyone's Emperor soul is different. For example, my Emperor soul's ability is to eat and sleep. Long Shui said, what kind of ability is this? Everyone knows it. Chunxiang laughed. Who said it? Find a strong of Lord stage, like me, that can eat. Even if they can eat, can they refine things like me after short sleep? I can become stronger, even if I sleep. Long Shui said, this Emperor soul is too inferior to actually have this kind of ability. Chunxiang was a little disappointed. I know many strong of Lord stage, and they have never told me the abilities of Emperor soul. Not even half of them would say it if they were close to me. However, the abilities of Emperor soul are closely related to a person's personality. Half of them can guess it. Long Shui said. Chunxiang suddenly thought of Feng Yujie and the Mei Emperor and said, could the Emperor soul's abilities be their charm powers? It's very possible. I've suspected it before, but there's no way to verify it. Long Shui said, within the 9 heaven world, every single one of them has a very distinct characteristic. That's right, the Fire Emperor uses fire, the Ice Emperor uses ice, the Dan Emperor refines pills, the Divine Craftsman forges pills. With your unique characteristics, you clearly have the ability to eat and sleep, yet you call yourself Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord or even the Great Emperor of Sleep. Chunxiang laughed. Long Shui unhappily snorted a few times. What do you know? Someone like me is the true powerful Emperor. Do you know the special characteristics of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord and the White Tiger? Chunxiang replied, isn't it just killing? Long Shui said, that's right, with one look I can tell that they have some of the Emperor Soul's abilities, but other people definitely wouldn't be able to guess my abilities, so I am mysterious and powerful. What kind of logic is this? Chunxiang thought about it. If Long Shui did not tell him, he would not have been able to guess Long Shui's ability. This is the logic of the strong. Do not look down on my ability to eat and sleep. As long as I can eat and sleep, I will be strong. Back then, the reason why I condensed Divine Deity was because I ate and slept for many years before I condensed it. Long Shui was extremely proud. Give me some more time, and I'll be able to forge 10 Divine Deity. Chunxiang could not deny the power of Long Shui. Then what about my Emperor Soul's abilities? I keep having the feeling that the other strong of Lord Stage's Emperor Soul aren't that powerful. Chunxiang felt that the Emperor Soul was just like that. Long Shui immediately refuted. Don't say that Dan Emperor's Emperor Soul S abilities are also very mysterious. It is said that they have already reached the state of condensing medicinal pellets, and just by staring at the medicinal ingredients, they can immediately condense a pellet. If it is not for that, Dan Emperor's Tli of Pill Elder would not have been taken away by him. There's also Chi S, H, I, plus S Killing Emperor Soul. The killing aura that he instantly condensed can turn into mountains and rivers, and there's no need to mention Old Jiang, the divine craftsman. I heard that when he uses the Emperor Soul's power, he can absorb the energy of heaven and earth and turn them into precious materials to be refined into weapons and artifacts. After Chun Xiang heard it, he took back what he had said just now. This Emperor Soul was actually so powerful, different Emperor Soul, although their abilities were different, it was still shocking. Their Emperor Soul is pretty cool, but yours seems to be average. Chun Xiang said, "Didn't I say it already? I can condense divine deity, which is stronger than anything else, and with divine deity, I can grow even more powerful. I heard that if divine deity grows well, I can also condense the second divine deity, and with the second divine deity, I can cultivate the second Emperor Soul." Long Xue snorted. "That's why my ability to eat and sleep is the best. This can help me build a firm foundation and allow me to have the ability to become the second Emperor Soul in the future." Chen Xiang immediately had a whole new level of respect for Long Xue's Emperor Soul. In other words, I already have Emperor Soul, so I'm already as strong of Lord Stage. I wonder what my Emperor Soul's abilities are like. Chen Xiang was a little excited. "More or less, but your situation is a bit special. Even if you have Emperor Soul less, with your current situation, you can't be considered a real strong of Lord Stage," Long Xue said. "Why?" Chen Xiang was a little confused. "Because your body is not strong enough. Your bones are at least at the purple gold level," Long Xue said. "Right now, you should still have pure gold bones. There's still platinum gold on top of it, just violet gold." Chun Xiang said, "Above purple gold is a crystal bone, and lastly a jade bone. I am still far from that realm. What kind of bones do you have now?" "I have a purple gold skeleton now. If not for my rebirth, I would at least have a crystal skeleton now. My Emperor Soul's ability is so strong that it can only be learned after eating and sleep. So if I want to evolve into a jade bone, it will happen sooner or later. With the Emperor Soul, he could use it to devour the holy man's soul. But if he wanted to strengthen his body, he could only do it through pills. He didn't have the same kind of power as Long Xue, who only knew how to eat and sleep." The H-E-L Devil Envoy knew Chun Xiang's location. In order to not attract the H-E-L Devil Envoy's attention, he shuttled back and forth in the North Sea, making the H-E-L Devil Envoy think that he was searching for an island. At the same time, he also let Long Xue confirm the location of the H-E-L Devil Envoy. H-E-L Devil Emperor could not come straight into the human world, so Chun Xiang was not afraid of him. After taking away Hades, he let the H-E-L Devil Emperor be ruthless to him. He felt that since he was already hated by the H-E-L Devil Emperor, killing another H-E-L Devil Envoy was not a big deal. Long Xue used the spirit traveling technique, and after about 2 hours, he found the location of the H-E-L Devil Envoy. Long Xue used the spirit traveling technique, and after about 2 hours, he found the location of the H-E-L Devil Envoy. "That fellow is on a very large island," Long Xue said. "There are many holy lords trying to curry favor with the H-E-L Devil Envoy, wanting to find out your position through him. That's why they are serving him on the island, capturing some holy beast so that he can absorb their beast souls." Chun Xiang laughed coldly. This group of sacred masters truly dislike living long. To actually want to kill me, then H-E-L Devil Envoy would definitely not tell them that the Baldy is already dead, and would not want to scare away this group of cheap servants. From the image that Long Xue Paes said to him he saw the snow-white-faced man sitting on top of a high platform. Below him were the holy monarchs, and many humanoid holy beasts were tied up and placed below the platform. In the northern sea of the Nine Spirit, Heavenly Sea, there were actually a few hundred holy monarchs gathered there. They had captured over 1,000 holy beasts alive. Although they had turned into human beings, Long Shui could tell that many of them were sea beasts. This is a good opportunity. Chun Xiang moved according to the position Long Shui provided and started to circulate his spatial energy, preparing to teleport over accurately. On the island where the H.E.L. Devil Envoy was, many of the sacred masters were gathered and having a feast. The H.E.L. Devil Envoy was like an emperor sitting on a high platform, releasing a weird laughter, raising his cup to drink with everyone. In this atmosphere of joy, all of the holy beasts that were tied up, their bodies riddled with wounds, fell on the ground in a mess, their faces full of dejection, because they were about to be devoured by the beast spirit. Lord Demon Envoy, this holy beast, is the famous Pearl King of the Nine Spirit Heavenly Sea. It is a huge pearl that is deep under the sea. An old man pinched the face of a beautiful young lady and laughed loudly. Every drop of this woman's tears is worth millions of kilograms of holy stone. Her tears not only can make a girl forever young, they can also quickly heal injuries. I only care about her soul. The H.E.L. Devil Envoy asked with his sinister voice, because he could only become stronger by consuming the soul. At this moment, the Pearl King's face was filled with despair. Her pair of beautiful eyes were lifeless and void of life. Her entire body was tied up with a special kind of rope, making it impossible for her to transform into her original body. Her soul is naturally very good. Lord Demon Envoys will definitely like her, the old man hurriedly said. Fine, bring her up here, I'll try it. H.E.L. Devil Envoy rubbed his hands together and laughed. That old man sent the beautiful Pearl Monarch up. Although she looked like a young girl, she had been cultivating in the deep sea for tens of thousands of years. If I'm satisfied, I will tell you where Qinxiang is. H.L. Devil Envoy laughed out loud. That eerie laughter made people's hair stand on end. H.E.L. Devil Envoy laughed out loud, and then used his pale and skinny claws to stab at the Pearl King's head. But his wrist was suddenly grabbed by a powerful big hand, which was S.H.I. plus Ning with a holy light. Upon seeing this hand, the originally despairing Pearl Emperor felt as though he had seen the dawn of hope. You don't need to tell him. I'm already here. Chun Xiang laughed heartily, then used the demon suppressing peg. That had turned into a rod and smashed towards H.E.L. Devil Envoy's head, causing H.L. Devil Envoy to let out a sharp scream as black blood and qi surged out from his head. Qinxiang, H.E.L. Devil Envoy wanted to struggle free from Chun Xiang's grasp, but Chun Xiang's hands, which were covered with devil-suppressing magic power seemed to have been specially used to handcuff the demons, locking him in place. I didn't think I would come. Chun Xiang smiled, then pointed the larger demon Ji, de-suppressing peg, in his hand towards H.E.L. Devil Envoy's head. A golden whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the tower, sucking in all of the evil energy that had formed into the H.E.L. Devil Envoy into the tower. Shui, don't let these be. A.S.T.A.R.D.S. escape, arrest them all. After Qinxiang stored the H.E.L. Devil Envoy in the demon Ji, slaying peg. He sat on the throne that the H.E.L. Devil Envoy had just been sitting on and casually waved his hand, releasing the tied-up Pearl King. When the holy beasts that thought they were going to die saw Qinxiang release the Pearl King, they were overjoyed. This was because they wouldn't be sucked into the H.E.L. Devil Envoy. Becoming a holy beast was not easy, no one wanted to die. At this moment, they were extremely grateful to Qinxiang, Wisconsin H.I. plus Ing to kneel down and kowtow to him. Long Shui flew out from Chun Xiang's body and floated in the air. The elegant and beautiful her suddenly let out a dragon's roar that caused all the holy beasts present to tremble in fear. Hearing Long Shui's heavenly dragon's roar, the holy beasts were now no less afraid than when they were facing death. Even the holy monarchs didn't expect that this beautiful lady in white dress would actually be an extremely terrifying heavenly dragon. After the Hel devil envoy was grabbed by Chun Xiang, his black dragon mount hurried over, but following Long Shui's roar, the black bone dragon was immediately shaken into dust. Those sacred monarchs were all dumbstruck. Hel devil envoy had been captured in a few moves, and that black bone dragon mount that looked extremely terrifying had been instantly destroyed, and only now did they realize just how foolish they were. They actually wanted to find out where Chun Xiang was, and wanted to kill him to get the divine deity. Long Shui swept a glance at the several hundred sacred monarchs and let out a cold snort. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, releasing a burst of white, gentle, and holy multicolored light, which shone upon the bodies of the sacred masters. Instantly, the light turned into tiny white dragons and, like a rope, tied up all the sacred monarchs. Long Shui was a heavenly dragon supreme lord who possessed an emperor's soul. Although he didn't have the power he had back then, he was more than enough to deal with these sacred masters. After the holy lords were restrained, they all begged for forgiveness. But Chun Xiang didn't care and threw out the demon Ji, slaying Pag, in his hand, floating above the holy monarchs, and kept all of them inside the Pag. After that, Long Shui untied the holy beasts. "Thank you, Sir Shen, for saving me." The Pearl's sovereign king immediately thanked Chun Xiang, and the other holy beasts quickly thanked him as well, as they shouted out to repay Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang said with an ashamed face, "Since everyone has been captured, it has something to do with me, so I can't really be considered as saving all of you. Even if it wasn't because of Mr. Shin, these fellows would have caught us. I am willing to follow you in the future." A burly man shouted, "I hope I can help you." These holy beasts were not stupid. They had obviously heard of Chun Xiang's name before. To be chased down by so many holy rulers and even dare to challenge the Eagle Emperor, accompanied by an incomparably strong heavenly dragon, being able to follow Chun Xiang was a good thing. Although Chun Xiang's current situation was not very good, but the Pearl King said softly, "Lord Shin, I am willing to follow you as well." Chun Xiang looked at the group of holy beasts. Although there were thousands of them, but there were only 4 women. All of them were extremely beautiful. Look at her. She might need some companions. Chun Xiang looked at Long Shui beside him. Long Shui stuck his tongue out at the Pearl King, then laughed. "If you don't mind, you can follow me. After all, dragons were the emperors of beasts, not to mention heavenly dragon supreme lord like Long Shui, who would naturally be more willing to have pearls." Seeing Long Shui taking them in, 3 female holy beasts all walked up to him. Long Shui accepted all of them. Since there were not many of them, the other holy beasts all hated themselves for not being women. "Everyone, I have a request. I am looking for medicinal ingredients of the 7th grade of immortal grade or above. Do you have any clues related to them in the Northern Sea? Or if you all have these immortal medicines in your hands, can you lend them to me? I will be able to return them very soon." This was the reason why Chun Xiang was able to save the thousands of holy beasts. This group of holy beasts had escaped death, so they were extremely grateful. However, when Chun Xiang asked this question, some of the holy beasts were not willing to part with them. Chun Xiang could tell that some of the holy beasts had a troubled expression. This group of holy beasts had escaped death, so they were extremely grateful. However, when Chun Xiang asked this question, some of the holy beasts were not willing to part with them. Chun Xiang could tell that some of the holy beasts had a troubled expression. Amongst all the holy beasts, there were still some who were sincerely grateful. An old man walked out and handed a small wooden box to Chun Xiang and said, This is the jaded G.O. Dealingji. It should be a grade 7 immortal medicine. The old man took out the jaded G.O. Dealingji. It was only the size of a palm and was as beautiful as a carved white jade. It emitted a gentle white light. Exactly, this is the jaded G.O. Dealingji that can be refined into a jaded soul pill. Chun Xiang was overjoyed. He felt that he had not saved the holy beasts for nothing. The jaded essence pill was a kind of rare level 7 elixir. Even some of the older Dan Immortales would not know about the existence of this elixir. Please wait a moment. I am only recording the appearance and will be able to return it to you soon. Chun Xiang handed the jade G.O. Dealingji over to Long Shuai, and Long Shuai entered into the ring, using the spirit liquid to quickly duplicate the jade G.O. Dealingji. When the old man took it out, he had already decided to give it to Chun Xiang as a form of gratitude. When he received the jade G.O. Dealingji, the old man did not realize that the jade G.O. Dealingji was copied. Even a pale saint like Feng Yujia would find it hard to discover. With the jade G.O. D's Ganoderma, Chun Xiang's next target for refining the pellet had been set. However, what troubled him the most was that the H.E.L. Devil Emperor was looking for him, which brought him a lot of trouble. My pursuers will be arriving soon. Everyone, please leave this place as soon as possible. I am worried that I will implicate you, Chun Xiang said. Although these holy beasts had lived in this dangerous nine-spirit heavenly sea for many years, they were extremely weak in the face of a bandit Saint Humans and could be easily captured. Hearing Chun Xiang's words, they all bade farewell to him and expressed their gratitude. Then they quickly left, leaving the few women who followed him behind. Of the other 3 girls, 2 of them were sea beasts and could not leave the water for too long, so it was inappropriate for them to enter the ring, so Long Shuai could only let them leave. Right now, other than the pearl, there was also a white peak. Oh, see, K by Long Shuai's side. The white peak. Oh, see, K was a round-faced beautiful woman. Her long black hair was adorned with white peak. Oh, see, K feathers. She was extremely beautiful and wore a white dress with some white feathers on top. Her smile was very sweet. The way Chun Xiang looked at him made her blush a little. She was respectful towards Chun Xiang because he was an expert that she could only look up to. Elder Brother Shin, I am Kong Bailing. Thank you for saving me. Kong Bailing said softly. His face was a little red and very shy, as if it was the first time a man had spoken. Although she looked like a young girl, her face was filled with a straightforward smile. She said to Chun Xiang, in the future, if there's anything that you can help with, you can just say so. Chun Xiang laughed, patted Pearl and Kong Bailing's head, and said gently, I am from Nine Heaven World. In the future, you must follow us back to Nine Heaven World, and we'll leave this place for a long distance. Are you willing? I'm willing, but I don't have anything else to do after I leave the water. Pearl said very straightforwardly, it doesn't matter as long as I don't have to be alone in this place. I'm afraid of being alone. Kong Bailing lifted her head and used her beautiful eyes to carefully look at Chun Xiang. Seeing Chun Xiang's devilish smile, she blushed and quickly lowered her head. It was Chun Xiang's first time seeing such a shy girl, so he felt that Kong Bailing must have rarely seen strangers. Hurry up and leave. One of the H.E.L. Devil Envoy here has been captured. The other H.E.L. Devil Envoy will soon discover it. I wonder what kind of powerful guy will rush here at that time. Long Shuai said. Without asking Pearl and Kong Bailing, he brought them into the ring. If a few H.E.L. Devil Envoy-s came, Chun Xiang would not have to be afraid. But if strong Thunder Emperor-s came, sealed the S.P.A.C. and surrounded and attacked him, he would be in trouble. Chun Xiang immediately ran from the North Sea to the middle of the Southern Sea. He didn't even dare go to the place where there were people, because those places had transmission arrays, and the people chasing after him would quickly arrive. By Ling Pearl, do you know which islands have high-grade immortal medicine? Chun Xiang chatted with the 2 girls inside the ring. When they heard Chun Xiang's voice, they did not think it was strange, because Long Shui had already explained everything to them. I knew it before, but that place should have already been found. This 9-spirit heavenly sea is still too small. After all these years, so many powerful people came here to find immortal medicine, and many islands have already been found. Pearl sighed. There was one on the island that I was protecting in the past, but it was taken away by an elder of the super holy school. Kong Bailing was a holy beast that lived on an island, and rarely left her island. Bai Ling, I will bring you to a good place in the future. There will be many good sisters there, so you don't have to be afraid of super holy school anymore. Long Shui giggled. She wanted Kong Bailing to be sent to the Hundreds of Flowers Palace, and inside the Hundreds of Flowers Palace, there were many girls that she thought highly of. She really wanted to see the Hundreds of Flowers Palace become stronger and stronger. Pearl, you said that this 9-spirit heavenly sea is still too small. Then what sea would be considered big? Qin Xiang asked. Of course, it's the sacred water, heavenly realm's boundless sea. Pearl said in an ambitious manner, my previous goal was to go to sacred water, heavenly realm to take a look, but to travel through SPAC, I needed a very powerful ability, and the spatial PAS, sageway that is opened, is unstable, so I would still face a lot of danger. To cross from one heavenly territory to another, let alone a saint beast on the level of a pearl, even a saint realm master would find it difficult to travel there. However, Qin Xiang was different. As long as he went to that place, he would be able to use up some of his divine power and quickly open a stable spatial PAS, sageway to go there. I went to the sacred water heavenly realm once, but I didn't stay there for long. Qin Xiang's eyes suddenly lit up. Now that he had the level 7 immortal medicine, Jade Ji, Dealing Ji, he could temporarily not stay in the sacred domain. He could go to the other heaven regions to hide. Really, you've really been to the sacred water heavenly realm. Can you tell me about that place? I've only heard about it since I was young. Those old grandpas in sacred water, heavenly realm telling me about it, are all different. They might have made it up. Chen Xiang laughed. That place isn't much to talk about. There's a large expanse of water, and occasionally there will be a few small islands, and the sea beasts inside should be very big. Elder Brother Shin, can you speak a little more about it? For example, the smell of the ocean. How dark is the color of the sea? Little girl, I really don't know much about that place. If you want to know, then I'll take you to see it. Qin Xiang laughed. In the eyes of Kong Bailing and Pearl, Qin Xiang was an old demon who had lived for God knows how many years, but he didn't know that they were many times older than him. In the eyes of Kong Bailing and Pearl, Qin Xiang was an old demon who had lived for D knows how many years, but he didn't know that they were many times older than him. Really? Pearl was in disbelief as she excitedly hugged Kong Bailing, who was much taller than her, and bounced around. Of course it's true. It's easy for this guy to go to other heavenly realms. However, he might have to wait for some guys to come all the way here to capture him before he can go there. Long Shui laughed. Qin Xiang was indeed waiting for the holy saints who came to capture him. Only when a large group of people came over did he leave and let that group of people come here for nothing. At the same time, he chatted with Kong Bailing and Pearl. Right now, Kong Bailing and Pearl were still in the trial stage. If he did not understand them well, Long Shui would not dare to allow them to enter the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. This was an extremely dangerous situation. Pearl, your tears are really powerful. They can quickly heal wounds. Qin Xiang asked. Not only can it heal injuries, it can also restore one's beauty. It can also be used internally or externally, especially for those old women with wrinkles. After using it, they can immediately regain their youthful and beautiful appearance. At this moment, Pearl was just like a young girl. She was extremely proud of herself when talking about her own merits. Qin Xiang laughed. Seems like it's very useful if I need your tears, when I have to bully you and make you cry? Pearl smiled coquettishly. Of course not. Come and find me when you need me. I can shed tears at any time. Kong Bailing chuckled. Elder brother Shin, little sister Pearl has just given us some pearl tears. They are so sweet. Her pearl tears should be used as an antidote for poisons. Although I have very little contact with the outside world, I have heard that her pearl tears can cure 100 poisons. So you're saying that Pearl also possesses the body of impenetrable? Qin Xiang was a little surprised. Yes. Pearl said, smilingly, I'll get you a bottle of tears later. No matter what poison you're infected with, you can get the antidote just by drinking a drop. Any kind of poison is fine. Qin Xiang still did not believe that the Pearl's special ability was really too strong. If you could solve super old poisoness, then it would be even more powerful. Kong Bailing said, Within 9 Spirit Heavenly Sea, there are many poisonous beasts that possess highly toxic poisons. Some poisonous beast poisons are just as powerful as super old poisons. They can even be cured with pearl tears. Pearl giggled and said, Sister Bailing, I'm afraid I can't solve your eternal rest. Although this is the first time I've seen you, I know that you're the one who can use eternal rest. Long Shui said in surprise, It has been here for a long time. This is a strange poison that can turn living beings into white stone sculptures. If the stone sculptures are shattered, it would be equivalent to death. This name. It's really too devoid of poison. Chen Xiang exclaimed and muttered to himself, Demon Curse Blood Orchid, Xueqing One. This also sounds quite good, but it's a strange poison that torments people. The magical corruption gas S and drunk G. Oh, demagical poison were the first to be grasped, and were also the most commonly used. Bai Ziqian had given the cursed blood orchid to him, so he rarely used it because it was not beautiful at all when used. He also had profound Han poison S, but last time he killed one and took away the poison sac, allowing him to master a large number of profound Han poison. And now he had met a holy beast that had this kind of strange poison for a long time. He didn't think that this Kong Bailing, who seemed kind and shy, would actually be a woman who could control this strange poison. Pearls. Other than you, who else would know that my special poison is naturally present in my white feathers? As long as I use a very thin feather, I will be able to poison it. Kong Bailing said with a little fear, If others knew I had this strange poison, they would have taken me away. Don't worry, other than us, no one else knows. Besides, how could you be so easy to catch? Otherwise, you would have been caught long ago. Sister Bailing, your poison is so powerful. You must have used it many times, right? Pearl laughed. It was all forced. I don't want to use it. It will be troublesome if I'm exposed. Kong Bailing said in a low voice, Don't worry, I won't hurt you guys. Qin Xiang said, Bailing, can you give me a feather? This. As long as the feather leaves my body and touches someone else, it is equivalent to poisoning them. You will become a white rock, and as long as no one breaks it, the rock will last forever. It is said that this is also a method to prolong life, but you have to have a way to cure it. Kong Bailing said, Longevity. When your lifespan is almost up, you can use this method to freeze it up. Chen Xiang gained a deeper understanding of this strange poison. As long as it is preserved properly, there should be no problem for many years. If I can find a way to extend its lifespan, I can remove the poison from its body and extend its lifespan. If I want to treat the poison, Pearl's tears might be possible. Kong Bailing said, Give me one, I'll try. If pulling an entire root hurts you, then just give me a little bit of it. Chen Xiang really wanted to see the results. No, like I said, once the feather leaves my body, it will have poison properties. Even if it's just a strand of it, it will still contain a powerful poison. Kong Bailing was in a difficult position, but she insisted. She was worried she would hurt Qin Xiang. Long Shui laughed. Bailing, you don't have to worry. He has the body of impenetrable, and there are a large number of magical corruption, gas, sealed in his body. The fame of the super old poison spread far and wide. Even the heavens knew that, as holy beasts who had lived for many years, how could Kong Bailing and the Pearl not know that Qinxiang actually had such a capability? Not only was it his impenetrable, but there were also a large number of magical corruption gas and drunk magical poison. The 10 types of super old poison all have very similar poison powers. It shouldn't be able to poison me after living for a long time, right? Qinxiang said. Kong Bailing came out of the ring and carefully pulled out a short strand of hair. The strand of hair immediately transformed into a beautiful white peak. Oh, see, feather. Qinxiang received it and looked at it carefully. At the moment the white feather was releasing a white light. Holding it in his hand, he caressed it back and forth. It was extremely soft and comfortable, making him unable to let it go. Bai Ling, plucking feathers doesn't have much of an impact on you, right? Qinxiang looked at Kong Bailing, who had a face full of worry, and laughed. Look, I am fine, am I not? It's fine. It will grow out soon. I'll have as much hair as I have on me. Seeing that Qinxiang did not immediately turn into a white stone sculpture when he touched the feathers that were separated from her body, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a sweet smile. Qinxiang asked somewhat embarrassed. Said Li, then can you give me a few more? I want to make a fan. To use this kind of poisonous feather as a fan in battle, the wind created by the fan might even be poisonous. Just thinking about it caused chills to run down one's spine. To use this kind of poisonous feather as a fan in battle, the wind created by the fan might even be poisonous. Just thinking about it caused chills to run down one's spine. This isn't too good. After all, this is a rare poison. I usually refine it into a thin needle. Kong Bailing took out a small box. Inside it were many thin and transparent crystal needles. Seeing this, Qinxiang's heart jumped. Kong Bailing looked shy and weak. But she was actually a poison expert. The crystal needles in her hands were all made out of strange poison. I was just joking. Qinxiang put away the feather, looked at the crystal needle in her palm, and asked, Can you give me a few? Of course you can. I'll give all of them to you. There are over 1,000 of them in this box. When I'm bored, I can refine many of these peak. Oh, CK needles. I still have a lot on me. With regards to Qinxiang, his savior, Kong Bailing was very generous. She smiled sweetly and handed the box of poisonous peak. Oh, see, needle over to Qinxiang. No one would have thought that such a beauty would actually be born with a unique poison and a rare longevity at that. Qinxiang was very curious about her origins, but Kong Bailing had said that she only remembered the things that happened after she broke her L, and did not know where he came from. Someone's approaching. It's the 4 saint rulers. There's no Thunder Emperor. Long Shuai hurriedly told Qinxiang, and then told him to quickly enter the serene jade ring. Qinxiang had originally planned to leave after this batch of holy saints arrived, so that they would come here for nothing. But now that Kong Bailing had given him the peak, needle, he naturally wanted to test its effect. If I'm going to deal with the saint, I'll need to insert at least 100 peak. needles into it. When I refine it, I'll only use it to deal with the Saint Lord. In the future, I'll refine some peak. needles, specially used to deal with the Saint Lord. Kong Bailing heard from Long Shuai that there were 4 Saint Realm experts and quickly told him the news. Bai Ling, you already have these powerful peak. needles, why were you still captured by the saints? Long Shuai didn't dare to touch the white peak. The hair because he was afraid that he would become a statue. Kong Bailing sighed softly. At that time, I was besieged by several sacred masters, and some of them were far away, so it would have been difficult for me to them with a needle. However, I turned into a peak. And directly used my feathers to attack them. So I wouldn't have been caught, but my poison would have definitely been exposed. Kong Bailing didn't have a lot of battle experience. It was only when she fought alone that she dared to use the strange, fossil poison. Being surrounded by so many people, this was her first time, and she lacked the ability to adapt. If it was Chen Xiang, he would protect his life no matter the cost. It's not easy to K these peak. Oh, K needles into someone else. Chun Xiang looked at the peak. Oh, K needle. It was not made from a special type of poison that had existed for a long time, but it was made from a mixture of other materials and peak. Oh, K feathers. If I refine it into transparent powder, it will be much easier to use. Chun Xiang immediately took out his Yanlong furnace and placed the box of peak. Oh, K needles inside to refine. He injected the needles into the flames to remove the poison inside, as well as to remove the rest. To him, who often refined drunk D powder, it would only take a few seconds for him to finish it. Chun Xiang was in a rush because the Yanlong furnace was emitting a weak red light when they were on the way here. The flames he was injecting were very strong. Although the Yanlong furnace was often used to refine poisons, every time he finished refining, Chun Xiang would clear clean and did not leave any poison. Kong Bailing said, "Originally, I wanted to make the feather into powder too, but I do not know what to do. I have tried many times, but at most I could only make sand. It was very difficult to make that invisible transparent powder. When fighting with others, he found a good opportunity to quietly scatter it, but the other party did not discover it, and by the time he did, he had already inhaled a lot, which was the best way to poison them. Chun Xiang would frequently use this method, but only if there was no one else nearby and he wanted impenetrable. It will be very easy for me to teach you how to refine it in the future." Chun Xiang had a lot of experience, so he dared to say that it was easy. If it was any other alchemist, they wouldn't be able to guarantee it. Forget about refining this strange poison. Even refining normal poisonous plants would be extremely difficult for famous alchemists. Chun Xiang very quickly refined the 1,000 peak. K needles into a small box of extremely thin, transparent powder. Once it was scattered, it would quickly merge with the air, but if one was a little more careful, it could be discovered. Only when used secretly during an intense battle would it be hard to discover. It is indeed here. The saint that had rushed over and surrounded Chun Xiang, but they did not approach him. They were around 300 meters away from him. Chun Xiang was an existence similar to the strong of Lord Stage S. He had already killed Jiang S, H.I. plus Jen and A.H.E.L. Devil Envoy previously, so those who came to kill him now had no choice but to be cautious. "The 4 of you are planning to kill me together, but H.E.L. Devil Emperor is only offering a divine deity reward. How are you going to split the rewards?" Chun Xiang chuckled. He was extremely calm. "Your bounty has already risen. Now it has 2 divine deities. Of the 4 of us, each with half a chance, there is no need for you to worry." A very short, middle-aged man said, although he was only at the waist of others, no one dared to look down on his power and prestige. If he spoke now, the other 3 would probably listen to him. Chun Xiang felt that it was unexpected, but after thinking about it carefully, it was normal for the H.E.L. Devil Emperor to increase the bounty, because he had taken down A.H.E.L. Devil Envoy. So that's how it is. After Chun Xiang finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. Just then, Chun Xiang's chi was very obvious. It suddenly disappeared, causing the 4-man team to think that Chun Xiang had escaped. They were floating in the air, looking around and trying to stay alert, at the same time searching for traces of Chun Xiang. Earlier, they had heard that Chun Xiang's ability to escape was top-notch, that he could even travel through S.P.A.C. and not catch him. This caused them to be extremely disappointed because it was not easy to meet Chun Xiang. They secretly regretted not learning the spatial sealing technique properly. Chun Xiang had disappeared, but he was hiding in S.P.A.C. that was completely isolated from this place, which could be considered tyrannical S.P.A.C. If a normal person fell into this tyrannical S.P.A.C., they would need a very long time to find the right direction to return. But Chan Xiang, who had mastered the laws of SPAC, was able to come and go freely in all kinds of SPCS, which also meant that his location was extremely accurate. Seeing that the four were about to leave, Qin Xiang immediately used his spatial energy, creating a fist-sized SPAC beside the four of them. Then he sprayed a large amount of PEAK-OCK powder that he had just refined. In but an instant, these PEAK-OCKs had surrounded the four of them. They knew that they had been attacked by some strange object, and that it was just a gust of cold wind. The four saint rulers who had come to kill Qin Xiang were all experienced warriors. When they felt the cold wind blowing towards them, they immediately held their breaths, and a barrier appeared on the surface of their body. This was a measure to prevent being poisoned. The four saint rulers who had come to kill Qin Xiang were all experienced warriors. When they felt the cold wind blowing towards them, they immediately held their breaths, and a barrier appeared on the surface of their body. This was a measure to prevent being poisoned. However, when they felt a cool breeze blowing towards them, the PEAK-OCK powder had already touched their skin and quickly seeped into their skin. "Ah, my leg!" The shortest middle-aged man shouted in shock. He felt that his legs couldn't move, as if they were frozen. The divine power in his legs couldn't circulate. Soon after, the other three began to howl in fear as well. The same was true for them as their lower bodies gradually lost consciousness. This is a strange, petrified poison that has existed for a long time. A person screamed. His face was twisted because of fear. His face was already somewhat pale, and soon after it became snow white. In the blink of an eye, his entire body turned into a white stone sculpture, and his expression froze. Not long after, the four saints turned into four white stone sculptures, falling to the ground. Qin Xiang released his flying discs and quickly caught them. Then he used soul-absorbing devil spell and devouring magic kung fu to coordinate with each other and extracted and devoured their souls. This strange poison is indeed powerful. If I had refined the PEAK-OCK powder again, the speed of petrification should have been faster. Qin Xiang struck a stone statue with his palm, turning it into powder. After being petrified, although the stone was very Qin Xiang had a lot of power and he could break it with one palm. If it was properly preserved, it would not rot away even after many years. He seemed to be able to devour more souls, fill them up with divine deity, and let the divine deity refine on its own. Like this, before long, he would be able to obtain the Emperor's soul, and he was very much looking forward to his own abilities as Emperor's soul. Earlier, there were still many PEAK-OCK powder that had yet to be used up. He felt like he could deal with 2 or 3 more Saint Masters. But what made him depressed was that even after waiting for an hour, there was still no saint coming. Could it be that they knew that I killed those 4 Saint Realm experts and didn't dare come and find me? Qin Xiang stayed on the small island, waiting impatiently. It should be. As long as they are not stupid, they understand that dealing with you is not easy. The weak and powerful Saint Ruler would be killed by you if they went to look for you. The strong of Lord Stage would come. Or if they had too many Saint Rulers, you would escape. They might already have gathered together and are discussing how to capture you. Long Xue said, "Wait another 2 hours. If I don't come, I'll go to Sacred Water, Heavenly Realm." Qin Xiang sighed. He was waiting here for others to come chase and kill him. But no one came, while a large group of people came before him. On a huge island in the Southern Ocean, over 100 holy justices were gathered in a luxurious hall. All of them were heavyweights and had the same goal, which was to kill Qin Xiang and obtain the divine deity bestowed to them by the HELL Devil Emperor. If one wanted to obtain the qualifications to chase and kill Qin Xiang, they had to first be loyal to the HELL Devil Emperor and sell out their soul. However, they wouldn't be restricted by the HELL Devil Emperor for a lifetime, because with divine deity, they could still head to the GODS realm in the future, just as Long Xue had guessed. Although they knew that Chen Xiang had not moved, they did not go over immediately. There were many examples where it was extremely difficult for Chen Xiang to kill them, and to kill Chen Xiang was as easy as cutting GRAS. It seems like these two divine deity are not easy to obtain, for more have died. A person sighed. Didn't Eagle Emperor say before that there was a very powerful white dragon with that brat? But HLL Devil Envoy said that the white dragon had already lost its divine deity. Other than having a tough mouth, the rest of it is very weak, at most only at the level of a saint. Eagle Emperor was also frightened by the white dragon that came back from the dead, adding that Brat's green dragon, demon-slain broadsword and heaven-earth killing method. It is normal for Eagle Emperor that didn't know the truth to be scared. But HEL Devil Envoy was taken down. One of them answered in a low voice, Qin Xiang has a divine tool and a divine art to deal with evil spirits. If the power of HEL, I can deal with Qin Xiang. HL Devil Emperor will also use two divine deity to place a bounty on him. Amongst this group of sacred masters, there was one person that everyone was not very familiar with, and that was Jiangsheng. Jiangsheng had already sneaked in. He was very clear about Qin Xiang's and Long Xue's strength. There was nothing strange about Chen Xiang killing HEL Devil Envoy with the power of the demon-suppressing orb. He had seen the might of that holy devil-suppressing seal before. However, the four sacred masters who had chased after Qin Xiang previously were all quite strong. Jiangsheng did not think that Chen Xiang could kill them that easily either. Everyone estimated the time. Those four died not too long after they arrived. Through their soul orbs, they weren't able to consume much of their divine energy before they were instantly killed. Thus, none of the saints in the South Sea dared to go. HEL Devil Envoy said that after a period of time, an important character will come from HLL and teach us the method to conceal our presence. We won't be discovered by Chen Xiang in advance, and he won't be able to escape. The HEL Devil Envoy of the East Sea had already returned to HEL. They said that the one who came from HEL seemed to be some kind of demon general of HEL. From the sound of it, he seems to be very powerful. Hearing their conversation, Jiangsheng secretly pinched his thumb ring and sent a sound transmission to them. Big Lion, there's important news. This was a voice transmission magical equipment. As a divine craftsman, the magical equipment that could be used in such a long-distance connection was just something he had casually crafted. What big news is this? So many days have passed, said, and you haven't killed a single skeletal dragon devil envoy. The only one that was killed was that brat's. Old man, you can't even compare to a little brat. You're too disgraceful. Hearing Chi-S, H-I plus S mocking voice, Jiangsheng was very unhappy. If that brat did not kill one of the skeletal dragon devil envoy S, the other skeletal dragon devil envoy S would not have escaped so easily. I can't find them now, but I received news that the HEL Devil Emperor would send a demon general. Really, where are you right now? I will immediately go there and avenge myself. Hearing that, Chi-S, H-I plus S killing intent rose. You don't have a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Aren't you afraid of these guys? Jiangsheng chuckled. What's there to be afraid of? Back then, if it wasn't for that DAM, Ned place like the Infernal Realm, and the fact that HEL Devil Emperor attacked me secretly, I wouldn't have been caught by those BASTRDS. Chi-S, H-I plus S voice was filled with hatred. Until now, he still hated the HEL Devil Emperor a lot. Jiangsheng gave Chi-S, H-I plus an address, and then continued to listen to these people discuss some secret news. I heard that Heavenly Dragon Realm of the Heavenly Dragon Realm is also here. Their compet. One, tiveness is really high. The other, Great emperors from the realm of flame heaven will be arriving soon as well. However, this matter mainly depends on luck, and that Qin Xiang won't be easy to deal with. Jiang Xing did not hear much useful information. He only wanted to find a skeletal dragon devil envoy to kill him, otherwise he would be laughed at by Chi S.H.I+. Jiang Xing did not hear much useful information. He only wanted to find a skeletal dragon devil envoy to kill him, otherwise he would be laughed at by Chi S.H.I+. The group of holy knights dispersed, but they were all waiting for the demon generals to arrive in the city. At that time, the holy knights from other places would also come here to learn the concealment technique Pa-S, said down in the H.E.L. Devil Emperor. Chen Xiang waited for 2 hours, but still no saint came over. He could only give up waiting, used his spatial energy, and teleported to the sacred water heavenly realm, where he appeared on a small island. The last time he came here, he came with Dongfang Xinyue, and it was right here that he said goodbye to Dongfang Xinyue. It had been a while since then, and Dongfang Xinyue was no longer here. Dongfang Xinyue and Dongfang Jing both had some of the vermilion bird's bloodline in their bodies. But the problem with Dongfang Xinyue's bloodline had caused her to stagnate. She had come here to find the vermilion bird. The small island was very safe. There were no traces of a fight on it, and there were no signs of giant sea beasts in the vicinity. Long Shui brought Pearl and Kong bailing out. It really is the sacred water heavenly realm, the world of water. Pearl immediately jumped into the sea, laughing and playing in the water. Kong Bailing had initially wanted to jump into the sea and play with the pearls as well, but she was worried that the poison in her body would leak out. Hence, she could only stay on the SH. Watching Long Shui play with the pearls, she was very happy. Chen Xiang took out the demon G. DS peg. Holding many holy monarchs in it. He immediately extracted the souls of these holy lords who wanted to kill him, and threw all of their bodies to the prison emperor, who was in the highest level. After he fattened the H.E.L. King, he would refine them into a blood pill. On the other side, there was still the H.E.L. Devil Envoy. He pulled out the H.E.L. Devil Envoy's soul, and the body turned into black mist, being purified by the G.O.D. peg. Oda. Chen Xiang's soul, which had been devoured by the divine sense sea, was trapped within his divine deity. Although his divine deity looked small, his absorbing power was extremely strong, and his refining ability was even more terrifying. He needed some jaded essence elixir, and he did not have much spirit liquid left. Now that he was also refining those souls, it was not suitable for him to start refining pills, so he could only use this time to condense some spirit liquid. After Long Shui and the others got tired of playing outside, they entered the ring. The reason why Long Shui told them about the affairs of the Nine Heaven World was so that they could get familiar with the place after going to Ditian. In only 10 days, a large amount of the divine soul that Qin Xiang had devoured before was completely refined by his divine deity and turned into divine power. How do you know that your soul has become an emperor soul? I've seen your soul before. It doesn't look like there's anything special about it. Qin Xiang asked Long Shui. He often trained in the DS join method with her divine soul and did not feel anything special about her. It's not normal for you to not be able to sense anything, because Emperor Soul normally do not have any special appearances. But when you are strong enough, you will know that you possess this special ability. With your current soul, even if it's 10 times stronger, it would look the same as it is now. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang already had a lot of spirit liquid, so when he started to copy the Jade G, Dealing G, he only made around 40, but that was already enough. If he was later to become familiar with concocting Tier 7 immortal pills, his pill refining level would be much higher. Qin Xiang had already refined all of the Jade G, Dealing G into a Jade G, D pellet. Although the difficulty of refining this kind of pellet was very high, he had still overcome all the difficulties in concocting it, and in the beginning he had failed once, but failed with less pellets. But after that, he was able to produce 3 pellets per furnace, which brought him to a total of over 100 pellets. He ate a few pills, which still had a slight effect on the improvement of his soul, but it was not a big one. Therefore, he gave some pearls to Kong Bailing, and after they were consumed, they had a pretty good effect. I can concoct tier 7 immortal pills now. Let's start refining some snacks for me. Long Shui said pitifully, I'm already very tired of always eating Saint Beast meat these days. The snacks that Long Shui was talking about were just the Tianlong Dan and Sacred Animal Dan. To Long Shui, the 7th grade Tianlong Dan and Sacred Animal Dan were indeed just snacks. Chun Xiang only smiled, then started to condense spirit liquid, and made some heavenly dragon fruits and sacred animal fruit. After tossing and turning it around for a month, he refined over 100 pills. But with Long Shui's speed of eating, it would already be good if he could sustain it for a few days. Since you came to the sacred water heavenly realm, you do not plan on looking for the little girl? Long Shui asked. She came here to search for the reincarnated vermilion bird. I wonder if she found it. Qin Xiang said, Of course I will look for her. It's just that I don't know how to find her. She and I have master-servant contracts, but only when we are close by do we sense each other. Pearl told me that there were quite a few humans here. She asked about the creatures in the water and found out that there were many humans nearby. When Chen Xiang was refining pills, Pearl would often go into the deep ocean with Long Shui to play, and Pearl was originally a creature from the deep ocean. So she quickly gained a better understanding of sacred water heavenly realm. Chen Xiang had been flying away from the island for a very long time, and all he saw was the sea. He had been flying for 3 days straight in the direction that Pearl had indicated. The Pearl was right, there were definitely people gathering in that direction. Chen Xiang had already found them. This was not an island, but a house that was floating in the water. There were many different shapes of houses, some big and some small, floating randomly on the water. How strange! There is a large expanse of water here that cannot be moved. Could it be that this sort of special place is suitable for floating houses? Long Shui said. What was even weirder was not only this. Chen Xiang saw that many people could walk on the surface of the water without even needing to fly. However, when he landed and wanted to walk on the water like the others, he found that his feet would sink into the water. Lil bro, are you from the other heavenly realms? If you want to stand on the surface of the water, you have to buy a special pair of shoes. Actually, it doesn't matter if you're not standing on the water. This is just a form of entertainment for bored people. An old man from the shop smiled amiably and said, I have some shoes here for sale. If you want to get sick of it, I can give you a pair. It was actually free of charge, which made Chen Xiang a little incredulous. After he entered the shop, the old man brought out many different style shoes. At this time, Long Shui popped out and asked the elder to take out female shoes. This old man was very good, laughing while taking out a pair of beautiful female shoes for Long Shui to choose from. Long Shui chose a pair of pink shoes, and after thanking him, he went to the water's surface to jump about. After chatting with the old man for a while, Chen Xiang found out that these shoes were made of a special material. There were a lot of these materials here. When the old man had nothing better to do, he would make these shoes. His shop was at the edge of the shop. Although many people would pass by, this place was not the most prosperous place. For the sake of leaving a good impression on the customers, he would gift these shoes. After chatting with the old man for a while, Chen Xiang found out that these shoes were made of a special material. There were a lot of these materials here. When the old man had nothing better to do, he would make these shoes. His shop was at the edge of the shop. Although many people would pass by, this place was not the most prosperous place. For the sake of leaving a good impression on the customers, he would gift these shoes. The old man's shop mainly sold food. All of them were just fish, mainly selling a dish called golden jade fishes. After Long Shui heard this, he hastily rushed in from the outside and asked the old man to take out the most delicious dishes here, because this place was also used for trading using holy stone S, and what Qin Xiang did not lack were holy stone S. He did not use the holy stone S, which he earned from selling them much. This shop looks pretty big. Why is it only you, Grandpa? Long Shui asked curiously. At this time she looked like an innocent girl. How could they tell that she was Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord that had existed since the primordial era? The old man took out many middle-tier golden jade fishes, which looked like a type of fish made of gold and jade. However, the old man's superb cooking skills, as well as various types of delicious juice, made the fish look delicious. Just by smelling the fragrance, one could not help but swallow their saliva. Long Shui had already started to wolf down his food, praising himself while eating, making the old man unable to hide his smile. Chun Xiang carefully sampled the fish. These fishes were indeed delicious and tasty. Moreover, they also had a faint Holy Spirit power. If it was in Di Tian, a single fish could be sold for a lot of money. Old Grandpa, you still haven't answered my question. Long Shui asked. The old man did not want to answer this question, but he was in a good mood at the moment, so he sighed. I've been in this shop for 10,000 years, and some old customers have already eaten here for a few thousand years. Although these fish are not of the highest grade, but after I add in some seasonings, they are comparable to Tier 1 immortal pills. Long Shui nodded her head, repeatedly. When she started to eat, she felt that it was very delicious, and the dozens of plates on the table were quickly cleaned up by her. Originally, there were many waiters here. 2 of them were my disciples. After I said my skills down to them, they ran off to Sky Sea City and opened their own shop, and even slandered me, saying that my fish were caught using poison. In order to achieve their goal, they even planned for a large number of people to be poisoned, and thousands of them were poisoned at that time. There aren't that many people here, but because of my shop in the past, it was very lively here. While talking, the old man had already shed tears, which made Long Shui very angry. These 2 disciples of yours are too bad. I must teach them a good lesson. Long Shui slammed the table and stood up, his killing intent dense. Elder, where is Sky Sea City? Qin Xiang asked. If what the old man said was true, he would conveniently take care of those 2 fellows. You too, forget it. I'm also a Saint Lord, but I can't afford to provoke them. They're big figures now, and Sky Sea City isn't easy to reach either. I need 1,000,000 kilograms of holy stone to go in with them. The old man said. It's fine. Qin Xiang laughed. 1,000,000 kilograms of holy stone meant nothing to him. The old man had opened a shop here for many years, and his judgment of others was very accurate. Qin Xiang and Long Shui were from another sky realm. To be able to casually come here from another sky, they must definitely be extraordinary, but he did not want the 2 of them to get into big trouble for him. Under Long Shui's questioning, the old man still told Qin Xiang and Long Shui the location of Sky Sea City. So Sky Sea City is deep within the sea. I really want to take a look. Long Shui's face was full of antic. 1. P. Asian. Old man, have you ever heard of a vermilion bird? Qin Xiang asked. This old man knew a lot of things, and indeed did not disappoint Qin Xiang. I've heard of her. She's a strong fire attribute beast emperor, but she's actually appeared in the sacred water heavenly realm. It's extremely strange. I've only heard of her. As for where she is, I have no idea, the old man replied. After that, Qin Xiang described Dongfang Xinyue's appearance to the elder, wanting to ask if he had seen this elder before. The elder could only shake his head. Dongfang Xinyue was likely to change his appearance, so even if the old man saw him, he would not have an impression of him. After Qin Xiang and Long Shui bid farewell to the old man, they went back into the ocean. The old man did not take their holy stone, but Qin Xiang had secretly left behind a storage bag which contained many holy stone. Qin Xiang and Long Shui both possessed very strong powers, so diving into the deep sea was not a difficult task. It was just that the heavenly sea city was very deep. Pearl and Kong Bailing woke up at this moment. The pearl that was familiar with the deep sea shouted that they wanted to come out, and Qin Xiang had no choice but to agree. After coming out, the pearl released a large sh. and inside it was a room filled with pearls, coral, and Bex decorations. Long Shui and Kong Bailing had seen it before, but it was the first time Qinxiang entered. So beautiful. Qinxiang touched the top of his head and felt that it was very STU. Dysprosium, this is something that has been with me for many years. It is now a saint artifact. Even if it is a saint realm master's attack, it can still block me for a period of time. The last time I was sleeping, I was forced open by a group of fellows and they grabbed me out. Pearl was lying on a rocking chair, indicating for Qinxiang to give it a try. It would take some time to dive into the depths of the sea, but in this room, laughing and joking with a beautiful young lady, Time Pa-S said very quickly, "We're almost there. Let's go outside." They only saw a very intense light below. They could already clearly see a huge city at the bottom of the lake, enveloped in a half circle of transparent light. From above, it looked very spectacular. This was the city of Sky Sea, located at the bottom of the ocean. Entering this city would require a high price, so it was not surprising that it would be difficult to construct. Qinxiang couldn't understand why he would build such a city here. Wasn't it good to build a floating city on the water's surface? However, when Qinxiang got closer, he realized that the reason why the city was built was to absorb the Holy Spirit Qi, and the biggest benefit should be the power inside the city. Pearl heard that it required millions of kilograms of holy stone to enter, so she entered into the ring. She didn't want Qinxiang to waste so much money for her. Qinxiang arrived at the city gate. After handing in the 1,000,000 Jin holy stone, he could enter, and there was no time limit to how long he could stay inside. However, after coming out, he would have to pay a new price to enter. To Qinxiang, 1,000,000-kilogram holy stone wasn't really much, but to go in and out a few times was still a bit of a pain, so people that went in rarely came out. To Qinxiang, 1,000,000-kilogram holy stone wasn't really much, but to go in and out a few times was still a bit of a pain, so people that went in rarely came out. Entering this kind of underwater city, Qinxiang found out that most of the people here had the water attribute. Although there were pills for sale, they were all pills bought from other heaven regions. The environment of the sacred water heavenly realm was not suitable for the production of alchemists, so most of the creatures that were born here cultivated the water attribute physique. Thus pills were extremely expensive. There were quite a few people here, and most of them were quite strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought so many holy stone here. Quickly go and inquire about the store that sells golden jade fish. Long Shui urged Qinxiang. She was anxious to avenge the old man. Qinxiang did not expect the shop that sold golden jade fishes to be very famous. He merely asked casually and found out where the shop was located. The hotel that sold golden jade fishes was very big, and it was located in a very good location as well. TL Fengjitanai City was not a small city to be reckoned with. It could accommodate many people, and the power within it could not be underestimated. Having a shop like this meant that the owner of the inn was extremely capable. Therefore, Qinxiang suspected that the old man's disciple had been poached by a large power and secretly supported by them. The pills in sacred water heavenly realm were very expensive, much more expensive than those in the saint realm after the rapid expansion, because there were almost no alchemists as here. Therefore, things that could help in raising one's strength were easy to sell. For example, those golden jade fishes, they contained rich, immortal powers that could help in raising one's strength. The city was very big, and it would take Qinxiang a long time to walk to the bustling and high-end region. And the reason why there were no transmission array here was because the city was extremely stable, so it was very difficult for some weaker people to come to the city, and even if they could, it would take a lot of effort and time. As a result, it was not easy for people who stayed there for a long time. The vermilion bird is only a legendary existence. Many people have only heard of it. I'm afraid only those experts know where the vermilion bird is. Chunxiang said, "You've been here for quite some time. I wonder if the other sacred masters will chase after you from other places." Long Shui said, "The HELL Devil Emperor is extremely powerful. Maybe the bounty has already been placed here." HELL Devil Emperor should know that I am here, but to quickly spread the news of my location, he needs a lot of HELL Devil Envoy S. These demon envoys are definitely very valuable to HELL Devil Emperor. He doesn't have absolute confidence in defeating me, so he shouldn't send them over. Chun Xiang was not too worried about this matter. At most, he would go to other heavenly regions. Although those HELL Devil Envoy were powerful, it was not as easy to travel to the heavenly realm like Chun Xiang. They would have to spend a lot of effort and be very troublesome to do so. Now the HELL Devil Emperor must know that Chun Xiang's use of SPAC was extraordinary if he was unable to stop Chun Xiang from doing so. When they came to the sacred water heavenly realm and Chun Xiang went to another heaven realm, they could torture a person to death. After walking for a good half a day, Chun Xiang finally arrived at the inn called Golden Saint Hotel. Standing at the door, Chun Xiang could smell a very familiar smell of meat. The smell of the golden jade fish that the old man had cooked. Humph, those two disciples are really not people. After secretly learning them, even if I secretly come here and start my own school, it's nothing. However, I've destroyed the old man's name tag, so I must fiercely teach them a lesson. Long Shui suddenly came out from the ring and stood behind Chun Xiang. "Leave the matter of destroying the place to me. Just follow behind me and watch." Long Shui sent a sound transmission to Chun Xiang, then stepped into the Golden Saint Hotel. Upon entering the hotel, Long Shui attracted many gazes. There were many beautiful women here, but very few of them had a unique aura, making everyone curious about her origins. When Chun Xiang entered the Golden Saint Hotel, he could see that the things inside must be very expensive, because the people here were the stronger ones in the city. "Young lady, do you need anything to eat?" A handsome man hurriedly walked out from the counter. He should be the shopkeeper here. "What's the most expensive and tasty thing in your place?" Long Shui's voice carried a tinge of coldness, as though she was a rancor with pride. "Please go to the 5th floor, where the most expensive and best items are." The shopkeeper immediately laughed apologetically, because the faint aura Long Shui gave him a very oppressive feeling. Long Shui frowned. "I still have to go up." However, she still walked up, and Chun Xiang silently followed behind her. They arrived at the highest level and entered a luxurious private room. The 5th floor was a relatively tall building. From the windows, one could see many bustling streets filled with people. When Long Shui arrived, a handsome waiter immediately walked over and handed over a menu. There was only one page, and there were 20 menus listed. Long Shui pointed to the cheapest one. "Do you only want this silver jade immortal soup?" Seeing that Long Shui had only ordered one, the waiter secretly disdained in his heart. This silver jade 8 immortal soup was the cheapest one on the menu, and it was even a soup, but his face was still filled with smiles. Even the cheapest one would cost over 100,000 kilograms. Long Shui shook his head and said, "I don't want this, but other than the cheapest silver jade 8 immortal soup. Give me 2 of the other 19 dishes." There were only 2 people who needed so much at one time. Ever since this hotel opened, they had never seen such a large amount of money. Even some of the rich and powerful people in the city were never this extravagant. Long Shui looked at Chun Xiang and indicated for him to take out some holy stone. "This is for you. Hurry up and get it for me. Although your food is quite expensive, if it's delicious, then it's nothing." Long Shui took the brick-sized holy stone from Chun Xiang's hand and threw it to the waiter. Just the rewards alone was so much, it scared the waiter. He had seen the biggest customer before, but at most they only gave him a few taels of holy stone. The waiter immediately expressed his thanks and then quickly left. He was extremely curious, He had been in this city for a long time, but he had never heard of any family having such a wealthy young miss. Golden jade fish. One piece costs 1,000,000 kilograms. Let's see if it's worth this price. Long Shui laughed and said, "If it's delicious, I'll eat even more." Chun Xiang looked at the menu. Other than the silver jade 8 immortal soup, the other 19 dishes were all golden jade fish s, and each dish required 1,000,000 caddies of holy stone s, which was a completely different method among 19 dishes. From the looks of the names, they seemed to be very similar to the old man's methods, except that the old man's dishes were golden jade fish s, not that high quality. There were quite a few famous families in this hotel, so it didn't take long for news of the heroic eldest young miss making her move to spread. The dishes that Long Shui had ordered amounted to almost 40,000,000 kilograms of holy stone, and all of these were for eating. Just by eating a meal, he had used up a lot of food. The dishes that Long Shui had ordered amounted to almost 40,000,000 kilograms of holy stone, and all of these were for eating. Just by eating a meal, he had used up a lot of food. This alarmed the owner of the inn, who hurried over to the private room where Long Shui and Long Shui were. Furthermore, she was very strong, so the owner of the inn could not be worried about serving them food. Furthermore, if he were to eat an overbearing meal in the Heavenly Sea City, the consequences would be severe, and the owner of this Golden Jade restaurant was not someone to be trifled with. "You too, these are the dishes you ordered." The owner was a slightly fat middle-aged man. He looked very simple and honest, but when he entered he released waves of D power to check out Qin Xiang's and his strength, which left a very bad impression on others, and he thought that Qin Xiang and Long Shui would not notice it. "This is our wine as a gift. These fish are all golden jade fish. This kind of fish is made from golden jade fish. It requires 10,000 years to evolve. The meat's fresh and beautiful. Moreover, it contains an extremely rich amount of holy energy. Please enjoy your meal." The boss had a smile on his face as he introduced the various golden jade fish s on the table. Long Shui looked at the plates of delicious golden jade fish and could not wait any longer. It was just that she did not want this nagging boss to see how she ate. "I remember that only the top of the golden jade fish could sell golden jade fish. Many years ago, I had once eaten it," Chun Xiang said. However, he quickly recovered and smiled. "That's right, but that old sir, in order to pursue greater benefits, he used poison to raise the fishes, which caused a lot of people to be poisoned. Right now, all the golden jade fish are from the hands of his 2 disciples. Luckily, his disciples are honest people. They did not go down the wrong path and were able to pass the skill down." Not long after the shopkeeper left, Long Shui started to eat crazily. Chan Xiang only ate 2 and quickly dealt with the rest. "This kind of golden jade fish is really quite good." Long Shui praised. His face was filled with aftertaste. Obviously, he had not eaten enough. 38,000,000 holy stone. Didn't you come to ruin the battle? What are you planning to do? Qin Xiang curled his lips. "A holy saint just entered this hotel. Looks like the owner is worried about us eating an overbearing meal." Many people in the hotel were discussing about this matter. A few of the more influential people wanted to see Long Shui, but they were stopped by the boss, afraid that these people would cause trouble. "I still want to eat it. It's too delicious." Long Shui licked the meat on his plate. Previously, he was filled with righteous indignation and said that he wanted to ruin the scene. "How about this? I will order another table, then use the Heaven Tour method to peek at their production process and also take a look at where the golden jade fish they raise is located. Hee hee, you understand." Long Shui laughed sinisterly. "Fine, I don't lack holy stone anyway," Qin Xiang said. Long Shui called the waiter outside in and told him to make another table. When this news was spread out, the disciples of the famous sects in the restaurant immediately went into an uproar. They felt ashamed of themselves because they had already lost nearly 40,000,000 holy stone, and now they were calling for another table. Long Shui used the Heaven Tour method to enter the hotel's secret room. It was the kitchen, and she saw 2 men busy handling the golden jade saints. Xiang also wanted to see how this fish was made. He also wanted to see how it managed to sneak into the kitchen like how Long Shui did. The ones inside were the old man's two ungrateful disciples. Big brother, could that girl be eating an overlord's meal or something? Almost over 100 million holy stone. A slightly shorter man said, Probably not. Didn't the boss already say that he invited a saint? If he doesn't give the holy stone, then he can't leave the hotel, the big brother said. They just came down from above and didn't go to that old guy's store. However, after that old guy was set up by us, no one dared to go. Of course, that old man is really an idiot. If we had investigated our origins back then, he wouldn't have ended up like that, haha. Long Shui was furious when she heard it, but she kept her cool. She felt that she had to be even more ruthless than before to help the elder take revenge. As expected of the boss, his plan was so good that after the old man's cooking was tricked over, he would destroy him and become the one in charge of our family. The owner has earned a lot of holy stone. This kind of golden jade fish costs over 100,000 caddies each, and after going through some cooking with ingredients, it would at most be 200,000 caddies. He actually sold them for 1 million caddies each, and he even sold quite a few of them, especially today. Hearing the conversation between the two, Long Shui and Xiang felt like they had been cheated, but now they knew they would definitely not suffer such a loss. Why haven't the golden jade fish arrived yet? The big brother took out a communication jade symbol paper and shouted, There aren't many hotels left. We need to go to the FIS. Plussing grounds for more. The jade talisman emitted a sound. Second brother, go get it. Hearing about the fish farm, Long Shui became excited and secretly followed that second brother. The fish farm was not far from here, and it was located in the hotel's backyard in a large pond. There were many guards there, and there were also a few large arrays protecting it. Long Shui pulled Xiang's hand, and Xiang immediately understood what she meant. If he were to be targeted by her big craving dragon, his fate could be imagined. Very quickly, the two brothers began to cook the golden jade fish, and the process was memorized by Long Shui. It's about time I can cook it myself in the future. Long Shui giggled. Don't think that my holy stone is so easy to earn. When the golden jade fish arrived, Xiang only ate 2, while the others were all given to Long Shui. After eating, Xiang called the boss over. This fish is not bad, it's worth it. Long Shui smiled and gave Xiang a signal with his eyes. Xiang took out a storage bag. Inside, it was the 76 million kilogram holy stone that he had ordered long ago. When the boss received it, he could not believe it. He actually gave it up, just like that. When Xiang and Long Shui walked out of the private box, as they were walking down the stairs, the others were watching them, and seeing how relaxed they had become, it was obvious that they had already paid the bill. For them to be able to eat so much in one breath, they were definitely not ordinary people. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads, and did not dare look, afraid of angering the two who did not know where they came from. Although the sacred water heavenly realm was very big, there weren't as many people as the sacred grounds. There weren't many such large seabed cities like the heavenly sea city, and the holy man who stood at the entrance suspected that Xiang and Long Shui were not from the sacred water heavenly realm. This was because there weren't many people like this in the sacred water heavenly realm. Xiang and Long Shui left the hotel and strolled around the city. There weren't many pill shops in sight. There were quite a few large stores, and they were all only a small part of the total. Normally, not many people would buy them, because they were very expensive. Xiang and Long Shui left the hotel and strolled around the city. There weren't many pill shops in sight. There were quite a few large stores, and they were all only a small part of the total. Normally, not many people would buy them, because they were very expensive. Little Pearl, look at the depths of the sacred water, heavenly realm sea. Can this deep sea develop immortal medicines or holy medicines? Have you seen any immortal medicines or holy medicines in the deep sea before? Chun Xiang asked about the pearls in the ring. He looked around at the pill shops and realized that the herbs were also purchased here, but they were rarely sold. There were so few alchemists here. Why did they still purchase medicinal herbs? Chun Xiang suspected that there was someone here who would purchase high-grade medicine ingredients at a very low price before going to another sky to sell them, or go to another sky to request alchemists to refine pills. Although the pills here were expensive, there were still people who could buy them and earn a lot of holy stone-s. If they were to often see people doing business in the heaven realm, they would definitely think of this. This kind of deep-sea environment is much better than 9-spirit heavenly seas. There must be deep-sea medicinal herbs. I've met them before, and they were all eaten by me. Are those medicinal herbs suitable for concocting pills? She was extremely surprised when she found out that Chun Xiang was a high-level Dan immortal. Of course. Chun Xiang did not ask about the price of these medicinal herbs. If he were to use these deep-sea medicinal herbs to refine pills, the pills he would refine would be self-made. In order to allow people to live on the surface of the sea, this place had also simulated black and white clothing during the day. It was already getting darker by the day, so Qin Xiang and Long Shui found an inn to stay at before they discussed how to take revenge for the old man. We have to steal all of their gold and jade fish. There should be thousands of them there, and 100,000 per gold and jade fish would be equivalent to hundreds of millions. We have to fill in all the holy stone that we have eaten today. Long Shui said, "The pearls will raise this kind of fish. I will have something to eat in the future." Long Shui had asked Pearl before whether this kind of golden jade fish would really need to be raised for 10,000 years. The Pearl had said that there was no need for it. As long as there was enough Holy Spirit water, there was no need for it to be raised for that long. Chun Xiang didn't have any plans because Long Shui had said that he would leave everything to her. Let's talk about the main point. How do you plan on dealing with that pair of brothers? Chun Xiang asked. Capture them first, but you have to be very clever in capturing them. Don't let them find out that they've been captured. Long Shui laughed. Don't worry, I had already thought about this a long time ago. I will give them an illusion and then lock them in your demon G. Oh, D-suppressing pag. Oda, you'll have to release them in the future. Chen Xiang didn't know what Long Shui was thinking, but he was extremely interested in this. You and I will impersonate them and then reek of their reputations. In the end, release them and let them experience that feeling as well. Long Shui laughed sinisterly. At the same time, screw up that shop. When it's about time, release those two fellows and let them take the blame. In order to impersonate them more, I still have to use the soul-absorbing devil spell on them to search their memories. Chun Xiang laughed. Long Shui's plan was not bad, and it was actually quite fun. Deep into the night, the inn was closed. The two brothers stayed in the hotel, but Long Shui and Long Shui did not find the owner. Be careful, there are many saints here. It's best not to alarm them. Long Shui warned Chen Xiang again that she and Chen Xiang had already snuck into the hotel. Long Shui had scouted the place out before, and now she was bringing Chen Xiang to the place where the two brothers slept. They slept in 2 separate rooms. They are sleeping. It would be best if they were. I will make them sleep even more. When Long Shui came to the bedside of the big brother, although she did not know what method she used, the big brother was still deeply asleep and did not wake up no matter how Long Shui kicked him. Let's begin. Long Shui smiled at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang used the soul-absorbing devil spell to search the other party's memories, then nodded towards him. He will sleep like this for a long time, so you should put him inside the demon G. Oh, D, suppressing peg. Oda. Next, Long Shui used this method to deal with the other one, and it was very easy for her to succeed. Thus she changed into her big brother's appearance, while Qin Xiang was his second brother. These two brothers were surnamed D. Their eldest brother was called Di-Wei, and their younger brother was called Di-Wu. These two brothers' surname was Di-Wei, their elder brother, was called Di Wu. These two brothers had a bad reputation, but their background was very good. Di Wei Di Wu was a Saint Lord and a member of the Yu clan in the Sky Sea City. Their father was once an important figure in the Yu clan, although he was already dead, but his brother's talents were not bad, so they had a pretty high status in the Yu clan. The owner of this hotel was the Yu clan's 9th young master, Yu Changting. He had earned a lot of holy stone from this hotel and those golden jade fish. No wonder that old man couldn't beat this hotel. Long Shui became Di Wei, model Di Wei's voice said. Qin Xiang and Long Shui knew the art of transformation, and with Di Wei and Di Wu's memories, there would be no flaws in impersonating them. You really have mastered the methods of that golden jade fish. Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Long Shui. You better not reveal anything. Don't worry, it's just making a few fishes. I will. Long Shui laughed and said, I will go practice tomorrow, but we will mainly disgrace the name of the inn and Di Wei Di Wu, making sure that your clan's 9th young master cannot continue to earn holy stone-s because of this. At dawn, Long Shui and Qin Xiang would go to the pond in the backyard to fish, and then try to cook the delicious golden jade fish in the secret kitchen. Qin Xiang had to admit that in terms of food, Long Shui was extremely talented. She had been extremely serious when she had secretly learned it the moment she started. She had already made it seem like she was pretending. The taste was almost there, at least he could not taste anything different from before. Long Shui did more than 20 of them consecutively, and Qin Xiang had tasted every single one before. They all tasted pretty good. He only needed to taste a few of them, and the remaining would be left to Long Shui to settle. Originally, Qin Xiang was still a little nervous, afraid that he would be discovered, but when Yu Changting walked in, he anxiously said, There will be some big figures coming to eat the fish later. You must make sure to cook well for me. What big shot? Long Shui asked. The 5th young master of the North City's Lin family. After hearing about the mysterious woman yesterday, he decided to come and see if he can meet her and then eat her conveniently. He knew that the golden jade fish was delicious, but he and I had some conflicts, so he must be very picky right now. Don't give him a reason to start a fight. Yu Changting said to Qin Xiang, and in a serious tone. Yu Changting was overjoyed. She did not expect the opportunity to present itself at her doorstep so quickly. Yu Changting was overjoyed. She did not expect the opportunity to present itself at her doorstep so quickly. This is great, the unlucky bastard appeared so quickly. Long Shui sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. We just need to wait here for the Lin family's 5th young master. Qin Xiang asked, Prepare what? Just watch. We will soon be able to avenge that old grandpa. Long Shui took out a small black bottle and waved it in front of Qin Xiang. What the hell is this? Just as Long Shui wanted to answer, Yu Changting hurried in and shouted, The Lin family's 5th young master is here. These are his orders. You all must prepare well. Don't let him find trouble. Boss, don't worry. It's been so many years. Do you still not believe in our strength? Long Shui smiled very confidently, which immediately made Yu Changting feel a lot more at ease. Yu Changting nodded his head. Then the Lin family's 5th young master will always be opposing me tea for tat. I do not wish for him to cause trouble here. I won't disturb you guys. Do your job well. Yu Changting handed the menu over to Qin Xiang and left in a hurry. Long Shui looked at the menu and said disdainfully, Just a little bit, and you still want to curry favor with me? Since this guy hates Yu Changting so much, I will give him a chance and give him a chance to take action. Qin Xiang laughed. What is in that black bottle? Did you kill him? Ga. Long Shui laughed sinisterly. Both Yu Changting and the Lin family's 5th young master were definitely going to be in for a lot of trouble. This is a type of thing that can make golden jade fish suffer a lot. It's extremely powerful, so much so that people can't even open their eyes from the pain. Even the saints are unable to hold back, haha. Chun Xiang watched from the side as Long Shui made golden jade fish. When she put in the poison, she felt that it was a bit of a waste for these golden jade fish. Long Shui made a few different golden jade fish very quickly. Although she had added something, it did not affect the smell, and it would not be seen by others. Even if she ate it, it would not flare up for a while. After these golden jade fish had been carried away, Long Shui sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. Let's go to the fishery together and take away all the golden jade fish inside. She had Qin Xiang use his spatial power and bring the sleeping Di Weidou back to his room. Then, she directly teleported to the bottom of the fishery and captured all the golden jade fish in the pond. In order to not be discovered so quickly, Long Shui used his transformation technique to turn some of the stones into golden jade fish and roamed around the fish farm. After fineness, plussing everything, Long Shui laughed. Come, let's go to the Golden Jade Inn to watch the show. Long Shui returned to his original appearance. Just like yesterday, he entered the Golden Jade Inn with Qin Xiang. When they entered the hotel, Qin Xiang saw that it was still quiet, so he sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. Are the things you added useful? Of course it's useful. Just watch and see. It will take effect very soon. I've already calculated everything. Long Shui and Qin Xiang had already reached the 3rd floor, but at this moment, they suddenly heard some noises upstairs. Long Shui immediately became excited and used the Heaven Tour method to send a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. Hurry up and use the Heaven Tour method to see what is happening. Qin Xiang's soul, thought, had always been on top of it. So at this moment, a private room's door was wide open, and waves of painful groans came out. On the ground beside a large round table, a blue-clothed man had both hands covering his stomach as he howled. This man was the Lin clan's 5th young master. Yu Chongting had already rushed over. His face was covered in perspiration. He had already warned him 1,000 times, but such a thing still happened. Qin Xiang and Long Shui arrived at the 5th floor and headed towards the private room. At that moment, all of the customers in the 5th floor were alarmed by the voice and walked over to take a look. What's going on? How can someone just quietly eat when it's so noisy? Isn't this the Lin clan's 5th young master? What happened? Was he poisoned? Everyone began to discuss with one another. I've been poisoned. I've been poisoned when I ate here. Long Shui said as he frowned. Causing everyone to be shocked, they immediately surrounded Yu Chongting, the boss. The Lin clan's 5th young master, who was in great pain, suddenly sucked in a deep breath. Judging from his expression, the pain had lessened significantly and he was gradually recovering. This thing of mine is only giving me a little bit of pain. It will be fine very soon. Long Shui whispered to Qin Xiang as she giggled. The Lin family's 5th young master was able to sit up by himself. His face was very pale and looked as if he was fine. His face was pale from the pain, and he was currently filled with anger. The crowd quickly retreated, worried that he would suddenly make a move. Yu Chongting, how are you? What exactly is inside this golden jade fish? The voice of the Lin clan's 5th young master quivered in anger. This. Impossible. For many years, our golden jade fish never had any problems. You must be trying to frame me. Previously, when Yu Chongting saw the Lin family's 5th young master's pained expression, he was so teared that he did not think about it too much. However, now that he thought about it, if there really was a problem with the golden jade fish, his shop would have collapsed long ago. In the past, nothing had happened to Lin family's 5th young master the moment he arrived. Yu Chongting thought that he was going to get hurt intentionally. Didn't he know from a single bite? That kind of thing is not extremely poisonous, but it can make people feel excruciating pain. If you dare to try it, don't try. The Lin family's 5th young master pointed at the remaining 2 basins of fish on the table. Yu Chongting laughed coldly. Maybe you put something down yourself. In order to calm the crowd, Yu Changting said to the rest of the people. Everyone, this Lin family's fifth young master, and I have a personal grudge. This is a matter that everyone knows. Our golden jade fish has no problems. He was the one who framed us. At this time, Qin Xiang said, That may not be true. There's a shop on the surface of the water that specializes in selling golden jade fish. Back then, there was also an incident that caused a large group of people to be poisoned. That's right. I remember that old man saying that he was wrongly accused. His disciple framed him, but no one believed him. Have those two cooks come over and ask them if they know soon. Long Shui said coldly, I ate quite a bit yesterday. If there's really a problem, humph, you have to return the holy stone to me. Hearing Long Shui's words, everyone followed him and shouted, because they had all eaten golden jade fish before. Qin Xiang had searched the memories of Di Wei and Di Wu before. Because of their bad reputation, Yu Changting didn't dare to let them meet with the crowd, otherwise it would affect the reputation of this hotel. If he called Di Wei and Di Wu out now, it would be even harder to explain. Wait a moment, I'll go get the chef right now. Yu Changting anxiously took out a piece of communication jade symbol paper to send a message. Wait a moment, I'll go get the chef right now. Yu Changting anxiously took out a piece of communication jade symbol paper to send a message. At that moment, Di Widewu suddenly pushed his way through the crowd. Boss, why did you call us over? Dewey shouted. Qin Xiang knew that it was definitely arranged by Long Shui. It was impossible for Yu Changting to call the two notorious people, Di Wei Di Wu here, and Yu Changting must have long trained them to be his substitute Aitutes. However, he never expected that Di Wei Di Wu would actually come here. Long Shui had expected that Yu Changting would find two bodies to confront the others, so she controlled Di Weido to come over. It was because she had cast an illusion on Di Weido that was able to control their minds. You all. Yu Changting was dumbstruck. He did not have the chance to finish asking, as Qin Xiang quickly asked, You are the chefs in charge of making golden jade fish. It's us, so what? Dewey said, Your golden jade fish is poisonous. Do you guys have left anything behind? Tell me honestly. A middle-aged man beside the Lin clan's fifth young master suddenly appeared beside Di Wei in a flash. He directly grabbed Di Wei's shoulder and asked ferociously, Boss, didn't you say that everything would be fine? Dewey said hurriedly in pain. Of course. All of these were things that Long Shui controlled him to say. Di Wu said, Boss, last time we let go of that powerless old guy, but this time we are dealing with the Lin family's fifth young master. You are harming us. Di Wei and Di Wu's words made Yu Changting dumbfounded. He stood there stunned. This kind of sudden impact made him feel like his world had completely collapsed. It had to be said that Yu Changting's reaction was fast. Seeing that the situation was not good for him, he quickly rushed out of the roof and escaped. Di Wei and Di Wu had already been captured by the fifth young master of the Lin family. As for Yu Changting, he would definitely not meet a good end. Yu Changting belongs to the Yu clan. We will go there and ask for compensation. Someone shouted. Anyone who could eat on the fifth floor had a higher status. With regards to the compensation, Long Shui and Qin Xiang would not go and join in on the fun. The old man had already avenged his grudge and even cleared his name, so it wouldn't be long before the old man's shop became lively again. Long Shui got a lot of golden jade fish and contentedly cooked in the serene jade ring. Those small golden jade fish would be selected by the pearls and raised. Qin Xiang had already changed his appearance. He was still in the heavenly sea city, inquiring everywhere about the vermilion bird. Using a 1,000,000-kilogram holy stone to issue a bounty, he managed to obtain a lot of clues in just a few days. There are many rumors that the vermilion bird is in the deepest part of sacred water, heavenly realm. There is a piece of the life forest there, and the vermilion bird is hidden within. Other than that, Qin Xiang also received many maps to the life forest. That place must be a very dangerous place, no matter how dangerous it was. He would definitely go there because he needed to find Dongfang Xingyue. The revival of the vermilion bird requires a large amount of life energy. It seems like she is very likely in Life Forest. Long Shui asked. Wait until I organize the route. Although there is a map, it doesn't mark the city. I need to know how many big cities with transmission array on the surface of the water so that I can get there quickly. Chan Xiang had never been there, so he could not teleport there directly. He could only advance a little, so he needed a more complete map. Fortunately, he had many holy stone. As long as he took some out, he could make many people do things for him. In just a few days' time, he had organized a map of the sacred water, heavenly realm. Life Forest is actually in the periphery area. I thought they were in the middle. I didn't think that the sacred water, heavenly realm's edge would be so deep. Qin Xiang looked at the map and sighed. I don't know if Warm Moon has found the vermilion bird, but even if she could, she would have suffered a lot on the way here. He blamed himself. He did not give Dongfang Xinyu any holy stone back then. Otherwise, she would have been much more relaxed here. Definitely, she's extremely intelligent. Moreover, there's a connection between her and the vermilion bird, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find her. Long Shui said. In the past few days, Sky Sea City was bustling with noise and excitement. The Lin family had been looking for Yu Changting everywhere, and because of Yu Changting, the Yu family had often been disturbed by people. All of this was caused by Yu Changting himself. When he was framing others, he definitely did not expect that he would have such a day. Chun Xiang left Sky Sea City and came to the surface of the sea. Before he left, he planned to take a look at that old man with long shui and have another taste of the golden jade fish he made himself. In just a moment, Qin Xiang went from the deep seas to the surface of the sea, wearing the shoes that could walk on the water surface. Stepping on the seawater, he headed towards the old man's shop. In order to prevent others from saying that he had poisoned the food, the old man did not need to fear that his skills would leak out. He directly cooked the golden jade fish, and many people came here to eat, all for the sake of the endless aftertaste, to chat with a group of friends and eat. Since the price was not expensive, it was very lively. It was unlike the Golden Jade Inn. Although there were quite a few people, they were all aristocrats and lacked the usual bustle. When Long Shui came out of the ring, she and Qin Xiang had changed into other appearances, so as to not be recognized and cause trouble for the elders. However, they were both wearing shoes given to them by the elders. The old man saw their shoes and immediately recognized them, but he didn't say much and only looked gratefully at Chen Xiang and Long Shui. He obviously knew that the lesson Yu Changting and his two disciples had received was only because of the help of the two mysterious people in front of him. There were a lot of golden jade fish here, so it was very easy to catch them. Therefore, they were very cheap and were not as expensive as the golden jade fish. The people who came to eat were all just preparing their own wine. Qin Xiang and Long Shui were the same. They patiently waited for the elder to serve the dishes, because there were a lot of people they needed to line up. At night, the number of people lessened, but Long Shui and Qin Xiang were still here. Long Shui was unwilling to leave and continued to eat. Old Grandpa, are you going to drive late at night as well? Long Shui asked with her greasy little mouth. If you want to eat until dawn, I'll be there. The old man knew that Chen Xiang and Long Shui were trying to hide their ties, so he didn't talk much with them. Long Shui laughed. Then give me another 50. All right, I'll be there right away. The old man chuckled. Just as the old man arrived at the stove, a slightly chubby, middle-aged man suddenly appeared at the door. Behind him were two menacing men. It was actually Yu Changting and Diwei Diwu. They were forced to leave the Sky Sea City, and seeing the old man's shop being so lively, they wanted to vent their anger here. It was not unexpected that Yu Changting was able to escape, but the two Diwei and Diwu brothers should have been captured, and now they appeared together with Yu Changting. It was not unexpected that Yu Changting was able to escape, but the two Diwei and Diwu brothers should have been captured, and now they appeared together with Yu Changting. Before entering, Yu Changting had already scanned the people inside the shop and realized that the strongest was only a holy lord, so he was very relieved to have entered with Di Wedo. Chun Xiang could not tell at all. He did not notice that there was someone stronger than him who dared to come in and cause trouble, so he vented his anger on the old man. Yu Changting and Di Wei Di Wu could no longer stay in Sky Sea City. Di Wei Di Wu, who knew how to cook golden jade fish, was Yu Changting's tool to earn holy stone. Yu Changting was not stupid. He knew Di Wei Di Wu very well. He knew that they would definitely not do such a stupid thing. After that, he had talked to Di Wei Di Wu to prove his idea that Di Wei Di Wu had been controlled by someone else with a very clever method. Even they themselves didn't know what was going on. With their current strength, it was not an easy feat for them to escape the Sky Sea City. It could be seen how capable Yu Changting was. "My good master, your business is not bad." Di Wei Yin sneered and said, "We just collapsed and you already started fighting with us. Did you invite some expert to fight back against us?" Yu Changting grabbed onto the old man's collar fiercely and shouted, "If you tell the person who plotted against me about it, I will spare your life. If not, I will let you live a life worse than death." When Long Shui saw that Yu Changting and Di Wei Di Wu had appeared, she knew what would happen. She slammed her hand on the table and said angrily, "Let go of old Grandpa. I was the one who did this. Didn't you want to find me? Just come at me." When she spoke, she had changed back to her original appearance. Seeing her face, Yu Changting's expression became extremely ugly. However, his shop had been destroyed by Long Shui, so he had to take revenge today, no matter what. "D.A.M. Ned girl, so it was you. Today I will skin you alive." Di Wu's face was filled with anger as he roared at Long Shui. Just as he finished shouting, he noticed that Chun Xiang had disappeared. After Chun Xiang disappeared, he suddenly appeared beside Yu Changting. In his hand was a black dagger, which cut off Yu Changting's arm, causing him to scream miserably. As a member of the Yu clan, and also because he had made a lot of holy stone with the help of the Golden Jade restaurant for many years, and also got the attention of the Yu clan, Yu Changting was not weak in the slightest. However, his arm was cut off in the blink of an eye, which could only mean that the person who cut off his arm was much stronger than him. Seeing that Chun Xiang was so powerful, Yu Changting and the other two were extremely afraid. The imposing aura that they sensed from the fierce, evil barbarian just now had disappeared, and their legs were already trembling. "Originally, I only wanted you all to receive a lesson, but your deaths have not changed. It seems that I have to give you all an even more painful lesson." The three people in front of Chun Xiang were like ants. He took out the demon Ji, D's suppressing peg, and stored the three of them inside, making them suffer and kill them immediately. If he did that, it would be letting them off too easily. She and Chun Xiang bade farewell to the old man and quickly left, bringing trouble to the old man in the future. Leaving the floating city, Chun Xiang followed the route he had plotted and headed to the next floating city. In the sacred water heavenly realm, generally speaking, only those cities like the one in the depths of Haiti could be considered the strongest city because it was not easy to build such a city. However, the surface city that Chun Xiang was going to next could be said to be the largest city in sacred water heavenly realm. It was because there were a lot of transmission array S above it. If he wanted to go to other cities, he would usually go to this city for a transition. Elder Brother Shin, I have finally learned how to refine peak. OCK powder. These days, Kong Bailing had been focusing on refining these peak. OCK powder. Chun Xiang had only placed his experiences into an inheritance orb for Kong Bailing to learn on his own. Kong Bailing was able to use decent flame, and it was enough to create peak. K powder, but he was not as proficient in it as Chun Xiang. Pill refining is indeed very difficult. It is only because I have a very deep understanding of my own feathers that it is very easy to refine the peak. K powder, lamented, because she asked for some low-level immortal pills from Long Shui. She tried to concoct some immortal pills, but failed in an instant. Long Shui laughed, being able to refine peak. Oh, see, K powder is good enough. In terms of refining pills, this little scoundrel is enough. Kong bailing pa s, said the refined peak. Oh, see, K powder over to Qinxiang. When using this kind of transparent powder, it was difficult to imagine that it was something that only existed within super old poison S for a long time. Chen Xiang followed the map and conducted the phase of spatial travel. After several days, he finally arrived at the largest city on the water surface, the floating city. The large and small buildings of the city were all neatly arranged, and one could see a very neat waterway. It was unlike the messy city from before. The streets of the city were filled with water, and they were very wide, causing the streets to be filled with boats. Of course, there were also some people who wore special shoes, allowing them to walk on the surface of the water. The sacred water heavenly realm surface cities were not everywhere, because only a specific place could construct these cities. These places were usually free of wind and waves. Even if there were strong winds or waves in other places, when they charged here, they would be stopped, and these waves were a natural force. Because of this place's natural barrier, it was suitable to build these cities. Without the protection of this natural power, there were too many storms in sacred water, heavenly realm. Even if a city like this could be built every day, it wouldn't be able to withstand the storm. Chun Xiang put on his specially made shoes and walked on the water surface. While walking towards the place set up by the transmission array and listening to the idle chatter of others, he could hear many interesting stories about the sacred water, heavenly realm. As expected of the largest city in the sacred water, heavenly realm, there is actually a Tier 6 immortal pill like the Luyuan Azure Dan. However, it's still too expensive, actually selling for 50 million kilograms of holy stone per pellet. Chun Xiang Pa S said buy a pill shop, went in to see, and this made him suddenly want to refine some pills here to sell. As long as he sold them at half the price, he would earn a lot. However, he did not lack holy stone S right now, and there were no immortal medicines that he wanted to buy. Actually, there are more holy stone in the water than on the land, especially this sacred water, heavenly realm. Because the difficulty of mining the holy stone is very high, a large number of them are only controlled by a small number of forces. Pearl said, when I was at the bottom of 9 Spirit, Heavenly Sea all those years ago, I had encountered a large-scale holy stone mine, but it was then occupied by the Super Holy School. This Super Holy School will not be for long, clenched his fists. Super Holy School was currently a great threat. If he could stay in the sacred region and then focus on attacking Di Tian, the consequences would be dire. This stone tower could absorb the energy from the deep sea. For example, this kind of place that could build a city on the surface of the sea usually had a very powerful energy source at the bottom. For example, the Heavenly Sea City was built at the bottom in order to absorb the energy more directly. This stone tower could absorb the energy from the deep sea. For example, this kind of place that could build a city on the surface of the sea usually had a very powerful energy source at the bottom. For example, the Heavenly Sea City was built at the bottom in order to absorb the energy more directly. Chun Xiang entered the stone tower. There were a lot of people inside, but this was the teleportation station for many different cities in sacred water heavenly realm. It was not strange for there to be a lot of people. Therefore, on the first floor of the stone tower, there were no transmission array S, only many small shops. There was a dense flow of people here, and the shops were also very expensive. Chun Xiang was at the stairs on the second floor when he suddenly saw a portrait depicting a beautiful and charming woman. Warm moon. Chun Xiang shouted in his heart, and then he looked carefully at the words beside the portrait. It was actually a bounty. 500 million holy stone is not low either. Long Shui said, and directly taking her life as well. Just what did this little girl, Warm Moon, come to the sacred water, heavenly realm for? There was no reason on the bounty. It just said that as long as he could prove that he killed the woman in the portrait, he could come to Ho Clan to collect the 500 million gene holy stone. To be able to post such a bounty in such an eye-catching location, it required quite a few holy stone. To be able to place a bounty on so many holy stone, it must not be a simple task. Why is the Ho clan giving rewards to the Warm Moon Girl? Chun Xiang planned to not go to the Life Forest for the time being. He had to find out what Dongfang Xinhua did here to actually make the Ho clan bid 500 million to buy her life. As expected of your slave, she's like you, being hunted all day long. Long Shui chuckled. The bounty is still in here, and the price is so high, which means that Warm Moon Girls are not easy to deal with. Yes, but if she hides, it will be even harder to find her. Chun Xiang looked at the bounty, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, Ho clan used a 500 million gene holy stone to bounty on her. It means that she is already rather famous. I will bounty her with an even higher price, then leave a secret mark on the bounty, telling her that it was I who posted it, so she will come find me herself. After Chun Xiang thought about it, he looked around at his surroundings. He realized that there was a Water Instant Towers management office. The stone tower that was concentrated with transmission array S was called the Water Instant Tower. If I want to post a notice here, I should be going there to get it. Chun Xiang made Long Shui take out a piece of paper and draw a portrait of Dongfang Xinhua. The reward offered was to capture her alive while the contact person was Shindafei. Make it a bit more, it'll stick to the whole city, right? With the help of and the pearl, he quickly made hundreds of them. Chun Xiang entered the Water Instantaneous Tower Management System and saw a few old people inside. May I ask how many holy stone are requested by the notice? Chun Xiang walked in and asked directly, Where should I place it? An old man looked at Chun Xiang and continued to busy himself with his work as he organized and posted all the orders. The most expensive and most conspicuous place, the holy stone, is not a problem. Chun Xiang said, this was a big client. Anyone who could say something like this would be asking for a reward, and it was something very urgent. Such a fellow, if he didn't kill him now, it would be a waste not to do so. The old man immediately revealed a smile on his face. If you want to let people know quickly, we have a set of dishes here. Not only will it be posted in the flowing water tower, it will also be posted in a conspicuous place in the entire floating city in 4 hours. We expect it to be completed in 3 days, and we expect it to have the desired effect. How many holy stone? Chun Xiang asked. This is exactly what I need. 800,000 kilograms of holy stone will last for a day. If you publish it 10 days in a row, we will only accept you as much as 800,000 kilograms of holy stone. If there is no effect, we will return it all to you. The old man said, That should be enough. Chun Xiang took out the bounty token that Long Shui had made and gave it to the old man. Seeing Chun Xiang take out the bounty for the 800 million gene holy stone, the old man secretly chided himself for being a little more cunning just now and gave Chun Xiang a discount. Yes, but that is to say, you need to prove that you have 800 million kilograms of holy stone. Otherwise, if we were to pursue the matter further, our flowing water tower will be implicated as well. The old man said. The few elders in the office were all very curious about Dongfang Xinhua's background. Previously, the Ho clan had already offered 500 million, but this time someone had offered 800 million to capture her alive. Chun Xiang took out a storage bag and said it to the old man. Check it, this is my holy stone. The few old men used their divine intents to check the mountain of holy stone inside the storage bag. There was a total of 1 billion gene of them, which were all earned by Chun Xiang when he was selling the Luyuan Azure Dan previously. These few old men were all very uncomfortable. They hated themselves for not offering an exorbitant price. With this many holy stone S, even if they killed tens of millions of his holy stone S, they would not bargain. There are 800,000 kilograms of holy stone here. 10 days first. Chun Xiang took out a stack of papers and asked, How many do you need? 1,000. If you don't have that many, we will help you seal them. These are all in the 800,000 gene range. The old man took the stack of papers from Chun Xiang's hand. Chun Xiang was secretly shocked. He actually wanted to post 1,000 of these. He felt that his 800,000 kilograms of holy stone were worth it. This is my contact number. I'll be in the city for the next 10 days. If anyone comes looking for you, send me a message. Chun Xiang gave a piece of communication jade symbol paper to the old man. Can you tell me where the Ho clan is? Chun Xiang asked again. You don't know about Ho clan. He could tell that the Ho clan was very famous here. I don't know. The old man had a strange look in his eyes. If he didn't know about Ho clan, then he was most likely from outside. Moreover, Chun Xiang had so many holy stone. If it was inside sacred water heavenly realm, he must have heard of Ho clan. This Ho clan is one of the 3 water hegemons of the sacred water heavenly realm, and the place they are mainly controlling is the life forest. There is no need to talk about their overall strength. It's extremely strong. They are also distributed here, and our floating city is controlled by one of the 3 water hegemons. So our relations, HI plus P with the Ho clan, is pretty good. The old man said. Chun Xiang nodded. So that's how it is. I don't know how I can meet with their Ho clan. I want to know if their goal is the same as mine. The old man laughed. There is no need for you to go find them. As long as we release this, they will quickly come to find you. You must have just arrived here. If you have a place to stay, there is a floating life in beside the flowing water tower. You can go and rest there. At that time, I will have the people from Ho clan look for you there. Chun Xiang left the flowing water tower, and when he walked out, he saw the floating life inn. In order to see the people from Ho clan, he could only stay here temporarily. Chun Xiang left the flowing water tower, and when he walked out, he saw the floating life inn. In order to see the people from Ho clan, he could only stay here temporarily. Just as he entered the inn, the shopkeeper smiled and asked, May I ask if you are Shen Dafei? I am. The shopkeeper knew that he came, so he was not surprised. It must have been the water instant tower that notified him. The shopkeeper called for a waiter and arranged for Chun Xiang to stay in a very luxurious room upstairs. This was provided by the water instant tower for free and could last for 10 days. Issuing a bounty order was enough to enjoy such a good treatment, which gave Chun Xiang a good impression of the floating city. This was also because he had 1 billion holy stone. To release the bounty tokens and attract attention, Chun Xiang would need to wait for around 3 to 4 hours at the fastest. During this time, Chun Xiang could only wait for the people from Ho clan. This inn should be the best in here. Quickly order some delicious food. Long Shui quickly urged Chun Xiang on. Don't you have a lot of golden jade fish to eat inside? Chun Xiang laughed. It couldn't have been finished by you, right? How could there be such a delicious dish? How could it be eaten in an instant? The pearl and little peak. Oh, see, Kay also ate a lot. Long Shui scoffed. Hurry up and get all the delicious delicacies here. You have too many holy stone nests to spend all of them. Chun Xiang very quickly brought over a large table, which filled up the hall's round table, just as the person who brought the food over left. Long Shui appeared and sat on the chair. Her delicate hands were already holding on to something as she quickly stuffed it into her mouth. Kong Bailing and the pearl also came out from the ring. The pearl was the same as Long Shui. It wolfed down food like a tiger, and it did not look like a girl that should eat it all. Kong Bailing, who was at the side, had always been graceful and gentle when he was eating. It looked like a type of enjoyment to him, a sharp contrast to the 2 evil spirits beside him. Little Peak. Oh, see, Kay. Don't try to imitate them in the future. Just keep doing this. Chun Xiang laughed. Elder brother Shin, are you not going to eat? Kong Bailing smiled sweetly to Chun Xiang and picked up an exquisite fish for him. Thank you. Chun Xiang laughed. Most of the dishes on the table were fish. There was very little land here, and even if there was land, there were very few beasts on the table. After eating their fill, when Chun Xiang paid the bill, then actually did not want his holy stone and said it was free. We just ate over 100,000 holy stone. For this inn, it's definitely not a small amount. If we ate that much every day, it would be over 1,000,000 holy stone in 10 days. I had them issue a bounty order. It's only 800,000 holy stone. Chen Xiang knew immediately that this inn must have some other purpose for doing this. Long Shui laughed. Free is the best. Then I will not be polite even more. Tomorrow we will continue. The old man inside the flowing water flowing tower must have informed the boss earlier. It must be due to the orders from above, that they should properly receive you. This kind of advantage, I'll just take it for granted. Chun Xiang felt that he wouldn't stay in this place for too long. As long as he could find Dongfang Xinyue, he would immediately leave this place. Only more than 2 hours later, Chun Xiang's bounty was announced, and it caused a huge uproar. By now, the entire floating city already knew about the high bounty. It was the same situation when the Ho clan had released the bounty. However, it was only a short while since the last time someone had issued such a large bounty, and it was still targeting the same person. Dongfang Xinyue had already become a famous person in the floating city. Although she had never appeared here before and no one knew her name, her beautiful appearance was deeply engraved in many people's minds, especially those hunters. At this time, all sorts of fake information about Dongfang Xinyue were spread widely, and there were many versions. Chun Xiang was resting on the bed when he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. A Saint Lord? Judging from his aura, he isn't any ordinary Saint Lord. He's rather powerful. Long Shui said. After Chun Xiang opened the door, he saw a young man dressed in a black robe. He had a resolute face with a confident smile. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Just as Long Shui had said, he was not an ordinary holy lord. I'm Ho Zhongming. The man smiled at Chun Xiang. You are Shin Defei, right? Ho Zhongming gave Chun Xiang a good impression. But if Ho clan wanted to kill Dongfang Xinyue, then it meant that he was Chun Xiang's enemy. But there were no conflicts right now, so Chun Xiang would not rush to make a move. Tell me inside. Chun Xiang invited Ho Zhongming inside. Long story short, why did you capture this woman alive? Ho Zhongming took out the portrait of Dongfang Xinyue. I've already heard it. And you also want to know the reason why we killed this woman. That's right. I really want to know why you want to kill her. She is very important to me, and she definitely cannot die. Chun Xiang said. Can you tell me why you want to kill her? This was the reason why the Ho clan sent people to discuss the matter so quickly. The fact that 800 million holy stone were going to capture Dongfang Xinyue meant that Dongfang Xinyue was extremely important to them. Because she crippled the future successor of our Ho clan, we must kill her. Ho Zhongming said with a trace of killing intent in his eyes, and I am the person in charge of this matter. Chun Xiang was not too surprised, although Dongfang Xinyue looked as gentle as water, but he was not a pushover when it came to heart. He was definitely the future heir of the Ho clan, who was overbearing and forceful enough to be killed by Dongfang Xinyue. I never thought that it would be like this. Your Ho clan successor has been crippled. This should be a huge matter. Chun Xiang was curious if it was kept a secret. Ho Zhongming would not reveal it. This was over half a year ago, and now the young master has completely recovered. Before this, he was unconscious all the time, so I don't know who was the culprit. When he woke up a while ago, we found out about the culprit. Ho Zhongming calmly said, I hope that you can keep this a secret for us. Definitely. Chun Xiang smiled apologetically. The successor of the Ho clan was crippled. This was not a glorious matter. This Ho Zhongming called the future successor as young master, showing that Ho Zhongming did not possess the Ho clan's bloodline and was only loyal to the Ho clan. Then why did you capture this girl alive? How much do you know about her? We are willing to exchange our holy stone for her. Ho Zhongming said, To be honest, she is my slave. She stole something that is very precious to me, so I want to capture her alive so that she can return that thing. Chun Xiang said, I understand her very well. Although she is usually a little mischievous, she would not casually hate someone. When Ho Zhongming came, he had assumed that Qin Xiang had wanted to capture Dongfang Xinhua alive for many different reasons. However, he had never thought that Dongfang Xinhua was actually Qin Xiang's female slave. When Ho Zhongming came, he had assumed that Qin Xiang had wanted to capture Dongfang Xinhua alive for many different reasons. However, he had never thought that Dongfang Xinhua was actually Qin Xiang's female slave. Their young master's strength was extraordinary. If not, he would not have been designated as the successor. However, he was instantly crippled by the seemingly young Dongfang Xinhua, and if not for the arrival of the Ho clan's holy master, the young master of Ho clan would have been killed long ago. Back then, when the Ho clan's holy saints chased after Dongfang Xinhua in that ocean, the two holy saints could sense him but were unable to catch him. In the end, Dongfang Xinhua even managed to escape, proving that Dongfang Xinhua was very strong. To have such a powerful female slave, the master must be even more powerful. The young master of the Ho clan was groomed using a very large amount of resources, but he was no match for a female slave of another person. It would be fine if Dongfang Xinhua was a saint, but Dongfang Xinhua's cultivation seemed to be lower than the young master's. So, it's fine if you want to kill her, but it's best to hurry and find her before I find her. Otherwise, once she returns to my side, I'll be sorry. Also, if she steals my things and falls into someone else's hands, I'll natch them back without a care. Qin Xiang took a light sip of tea. Ho Zhongming's aura was already strong to begin with, but the formless aura that Qin Xiang was exuding right now was actually causing Ho Zhongming to feel a lot of pressure, especially the fact that Qin Xiang did not release even a bit of his aura. He looked just like an ordinary person. Based on his many years of experience, he was very sure that Qin Xiang's strength could rival the Holy Master. So this kind of matter was not something that he could handle. Goodbye. Ho Zhongming cupped his fist at Qin Xiang, then quickly left the room. Qin Xiang sighed. I need to hurry up and find War Moon. Previously, Ho clan only wanted to take care of her with a low profile, but now, with me here, it won't be long before Ho clan makes a move. Legend has it that the vermilion bird was inside the life forest, and the Ho clan was controlling the region of the life forest. Qin Xiang guessed that Dongfang Xinhua and the young master of the Ho clan had a conflict there. Right now, the young master of the Ho clan was fine, but he would not let Dongfang Xinhua go. Qin Xiang waited here for 5 days, but there was no news. On the 9th day, the people of the Flowing Water Tower came over to ask Qin Xiang if he still wanted to continue giving out bounties. Of course, Qin Xiang continued, and he also added a few holy stones, telling Water Instant Tower to spread the news as much as possible, especially that life force. Other than that, he also added 200 million holy stones, making it 1 billion. There are a lot of people monitoring this division chief outside. It should be the people from the Ho clan. Long Shui said, Do you want to play with them? Qin Xiang shook his head. No matter who they are, they're not a threat to us. Now we can already see the ATTI. Toot of the Ho clan, no matter what, they want to kill the War Moon girl. They have also considered that the War Moon would come find me, so they have been keeping watch here. At night, Qin Xiang suddenly woke up and smiled. The War Moon girl is here. She has worried me for so long. Looks like she is quite relaxed. Qin Xiang and Dongfang Xinhua had master-servant contract us, so as long as they were close enough, they would be able to sense where Dongfang Xinhua was at. With a thought, he circulated his spatial energy, causing the SPAC around him to fluctuate slightly. He then disappeared from the room of the Floating Life Inn. Qin Xiang appeared in a tour of buildings within the floating city. The buildings here were relatively simple and crude, and were not as luxurious as the bustling areas. There were many streets of various sizes here, and Dongfang Xinhua was currently in an unmanned alley. Qin Xiang followed the weak sensation and quickly arrived behind Dongfang Xinhua. Dongfang Xinhua sensed that someone was around and immediately started to run. but she suddenly heard Chun Xiang's sound transmission in her head. "Auntie, it's me." Dongfang Xinyue stopped. She turned and ran towards Qin Xiang, lightly hitting Qin Xiang's chest, and pouted. "You scare me to death. I risked my life to come here." Dongfang Xinyue was dressed in a black robe and a conical bamboo hat. "Aren't I here to protect you?" Qin Xiang held onto her jade waist, letting her come closer, and hugged her tightly. "I was worried about you. If I knew earlier, you wouldn't have come here alone to take the risk." Dongfang Xinyue changed her appearance, revealing her charming and gentle face. She smiled charmingly. "You're underestimating me. I'm so fierce now." Before she could finish her words, her alluring mouth was suddenly blocked by Qin Xiang. Under the moonlight, in a deserted alley, a girl who was offered a 500 million holy stone by the Ho clan was kissing Qin Xiang. "You've really become stronger." Qin Xiang rubbed Dongfang Xinyue's face, then looked at her beautiful face and asked, "You saw the vermilion bird?" Dongfang Xinyue stuck out her tongue that she had entangled with Qin Xiang a while ago, smiled and nodded. "She helped me a lot and taught me a lot of abilities. Look at this." She took out a fiery red bead and said, "This is the inheritance fruit given to me by the Suzaku. I ate one before, so this is for Jingjing." Qin Xiang told Dongfang Xinyue to keep the inheritance fruit carefully, then pulled her through the dimension to return back to the inn. When Dongfang Xinyue saw this beautiful room, she snorted and said, "You sure enjoy it. I've suffered a lot in this period of time. Then I'll make it up to you." Qin Xiang laughed. Just as he was about to do something, Long Shui suddenly appeared. When Dongfang Xinyue took Leng Yulan away, she had seen Long Shui and knew that he was very powerful. Right now, Dongfang Xinyue's strength had increased by so much, but in her eyes, Long Shui was still very strong. "Warm Moon, we've met before. There's no need to introduce us any further. It's good that you're fine." Long Shui giggled at Dongfang Xinyue. She had followed Qin Xiang for a long time, so she understood the people around Qin Xiang very well. Shui, thank you for your concern. You follow him all day. What is your relations? I plus P with him? Dongfang Xinyue asked. "Well, for the time being, I'm not sure. In short, I've been with him for a long time, so I know a lot about him." Long Shui laughed. "You can just treat me as a good friend or sister." "Oh, right, is the vermilion bird in the life forest?" Seeing Long Shui's exquisite and beautiful face, Dongfang Xinyue could not help but reach out to touch her. "You guys want to see her?" Long Shui nodded. "Of course. She's an old friend of mine, a very long-winded woman who has affairs with the white tiger." "Really?" Qin Xiang and Dongfang Xinyue anxiously asked. "Wasn't she killed by the white tiger?" She's still brooding over the white tiger even when she mentions it. Although she said that she hated the white tiger, she didn't reveal too much of her hatred. Dongfang Xinyue said, "Go and ask her and she'll know. Since she's able to create something like an inheritance orb, it looks like she's recovering pretty well." Long Shui ran to the back of Dongfang Xinyue and played around with his long black hair. With regards to Long Shui's item, 1. Dongfang Xinyue was even more shocked. Anyone who knew the vermilion bird must be an expert from the ancient era. She didn't think that Qin Xiang would hide such a woman by his side. "Oh, right. How did you start a fight with the Ho clan's young master?" Qin Xiang asked. "That guy is courting death. It's already merciful for me to spare his life. If I knew earlier, I would have taken a heavy blow and dealt with him." Dongfang Xinyue said with slight anger. "I met him in Life Forest, said that my appearing in his territory belongs to him. This guy isn't lecherous, he just wants to NATCH all the things on my body. Could it be that when we enter the Life Forest, if this guy discovers us, we will all be robbed clean?" Qin Xiang's face revealed a trace of anger. No wonder Dongfang Xinyue was so ruthless. Could it be that when we enter the life forest, if this guy discovers us, we will all be robbed clean? Qin Xiang's face revealed a trace of anger. No wonder Dongfang Xinhua was so ruthless. I don't know. In short, that was what he said, and even now, others still think that I have offended Ho Clan, but they don't know that it was the young master of Ho Clan who made the mistake. I think that there must be a lot of people who had been robbed by that guy. That's why Ho Clan hid the reason. Dongfang Xinhua said. Long Shui laughed. How about we spread the news that the Ho Clan loves face? Although it doesn't have much of an impact on the Ho Clan, it can make their image worse. I want to do the same, but it's a bit difficult to control, and it's not easy to spread it, especially to Ned places like the Sacred Water Heavenly Realm. Dongfang Xinhua laughed tenderly. Oh, right. How many holy stone did you spend on me? If you had appeared a little earlier, I could have spent less and called over 50,000 kilograms of holy stone each day. I had previously called for 10 more days of holy stone. Qin Xiang pinched her pill and asked, When did you hear this news? Why did you come nearly 10 days ago? I was in another city all along, and I only found out 2 or 3 days ago. At that time, I also didn't have any holy stone on me, so the transportation fee here was very expensive. That's why I'm here now. Dongfang Xinhua laughed. You must have a lot of holy stone. Can you help me buy some things? Qin Xiang had a lot of holy stone, and he didn't know how to spend them yet. I have a lot of holy stone, over 1 billion, but I don't know how to spend them. Qin Xiang said, What do you want to buy? There are a lot of materials related to refining here in Sacred Water Heavenly Realm. I want to buy a lot of them. Dongfang Xinhua took out a golden stone, handed it over to Qin Xiang, and said, This is called Saint Golden Stone. It is extremely STU, RDY, and is a good thing in refining saint artifacts. Qin Xiang took it and wanted to crush it, but he used a lot of strength to just squeeze it until it deformed, making it more flexible. There are a lot of holy golden stones like this here. At the very least, Tian wouldn't find them so easily, but they're very expensive. 1 caddy of these holy golden stone requires one to pay 10,000 jin of holy stone, and 100 kilograms would require 1 million jin of holy stone. Qin Xiang said, I remember that I gave you guys a lot of holy beast bones. Can't I use those to make saint weapons? Of course you can. It's just that those bones aren't as good as these stones. If you have a lot of holy golden stones, they can be smelted into divine golden stones. Dongfang Xinhua said, To refine a Sazaka bow, although having the vermilion bird bone is enough. Adding some other materials would make the divine weapon even more powerful. In other words, if I want to refine a divine golden stone, wouldn't that require a lot of holy golden stones? Long Shui asked, Does the Sacred Water Heavenly Realm really have that many saint golden stones? Long Shui also knew that the holy golden stone was a good tool to refine holy weapons. This was the first time she had heard of it. Although there aren't many refiners in the Sacred Water Heavenly Realm, there are a lot of guys here who know about the value of saint golden stones, so their prices have always been very high. However, I think their prices should be much lower than those in the other heavenly regions, because there are merchants that are buying them. Roughly 5,000 kilograms of Saint Goldstone can be refined into 1 kilogram. The process is a bit complicated, but I can do it. Previously, Qin Xiang thought that he had a lot of holy stone, but after hearing that Dongfang Xinhua wanted to refine the divine golden stone, he suddenly felt that his 1 billion holy stone was nothing. 1,000 kilograms of holy golden stone would require 100 million holy stone to get a single kilogram of D's golden stone. His 1 billion spar could only get a few dozen kilograms of D's golden stone. It can be used to refine divine artifacts, and it also requires a very high level of refinement. Fortunately, that divine book has records on it, and Xian Xian and the others know it. When the time comes, we can refine it faster and better. Dongfang Xinhua stuck out his tongue. Forging a divine weapon would at least take 30 to 50 kilograms, and that's billions of holy stone. That's right, the holy stone are the problem. I wonder how many of these sacred water heavenly realms holy stone have been mined over the years. Chuanxiang wondered if he could quickly obtain a large number of holy stone if he were to sell the pills here. Dongfang Xinhua said, "Most of the holy stone here are in the hands of some large powers, and the elixirs here are scarce. Most of them require those from the outside. If you have a large number of high-level immortal pills, and the price is a little lower, you should be able to obtain the holy stone that the big powers have been storing for many years." Chen Xiang nodded his head and started to have a plan. He was planning to obtain more holy golden stone before leaving. Yes. Long Shui suddenly frowned. What a strange feeling. What's wrong? Chen Xiang suddenly became vigilant. He was the one who had been offered a bounty of 2 divine deity by the HEL Devil Emperor, and even though he had left the sacred domain where the Holy Emperor was gathered, it did not mean that he was absolutely safe here. Hurry up and enter. Long Shui's expression became extremely serious. In that instant just now, all the SPAC in this area was sealed off. Long Shui anxiously pulled Dongfang Xinhua into the ring. There was only Chen Xiang left. It would be more convenient for him to escape. Chen Xiang immediately tried to travel through SPAC, but he found that it was extremely hard. Even when he used a very strong force of SPAC, he was unable to create a single crack. As expected, this bunch of guys have found a way to deal with you. Let's see how they deal with you based on the situation. Long Shui said they first approached this place while concealing their presence, before setting up this spatial sealing restriction. Chun Xiang was just a little shocked, but he was still very calm. He anxiously walked out of the Floating Life Inn and towards the water-flowing tower. But when he saw that there were a lot of people standing at the entrance of the tower, and some of them were complaining non-stop, he knew that the power of the spatial seal had invalidated the transmission array. This kind of sudden blockade definitely did not have the floating city's permission. The people who sealed the SPAC around them were all Saint Realm experts, so they naturally did not fear the floating city. Those who were able to use transmission array were usually those who were stronger. Now that they saw the SPAC suddenly being strengthened by an invisible force, they couldn't help but be startled because the person who attacked them was definitely very strong. Many people suspected that it was the city lord who did it. In all of the sacred water heavenly realm, only the city lord would dare to do it. However, the floating city lord's voice suddenly sounded. "Everyone, what does this mean? I don't think I've ever offended you before. Just to capture the person. If there is any loss, we will compensate you." The answer was like a clap of thunder. It resounded from the horizon and carried with it an extremely powerful aura. One could tell from the voice that it was from an extremely powerful expert. Chun Xiang thought, "This is the Thunder Emperor. Other than him, I wonder how many more people will come. This is my territory. If you had told me in advance, we might have discussed. But you guys were so sudden. You didn't even put me in your eyes." Floating City Lord was one of the 3 water overlords, so he was definitely not weak. He was not in a good mood because someone had casually barged into his territory and even laid such a powerful barrier around him. "This is my territory. If you had told me in advance, we might have discussed. But you guys were so sudden. You didn't even put me in your eyes." Floating City Lord was one of the 3 water overlords, so he was definitely not weak. He was not in a good mood because someone had casually barged into his territory and even laid such a powerful barrier around him. He knew that the other party was from Thunder Emperor, but that did not mean that he was afraid of the floating city. Dongfang Xinhua had already found out about Chen Xiang being wanted by the HEL Devil Emperor from Long Shui and the others in the Serenity Ring, so she was very surprised about it. After coming into contact with the Vermilion Bird, Dongfang Xinhua had a good understanding of many rankers and knew that the HEL Devil Emperor was able to use 2 divine deity to place a bounty on Qin Xiang, which was enough to make many Sky Region emperors take action. Lu Fuxing, you are deliberately making life difficult for me, aren't you? Thunder Emperor's voice carried a trace of anger, because he had already felt the barrier they had set up start to shake, and a power was currently destroying his barrier. Lei Hanyuan, you should be the one who can't go against me. Floating City is my territory. How can you just casually block it off? Lu Fuxing roared, break for me! After he roared, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the ocean around Floating City surged over. All the people in the city could see the overwhelming amount of seawater pouncing towards them. But the Floating City had a natural barrier. If the seawater did not fall, it would be blown away by a transparent light barrier. At the same time, the powerful restrictive S.P.A.C. that sealed it was also shattered. I really didn't expect that. Looks like I have to thank this Lu Fuxing when I have the chance in the future. Chen Xiang sensed that the seal had broken, and immediately channeled his spatial energy, leaving Floating City, arriving at a place very far away from Floating City. After knowing that Chen Xiang had left, the Thunder Emperor was furious. Lu Fuxing, do you know who you're going against? Lu Fuxing laughed coldly. Of course I know it's better to go against the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor than to be his dog. After Qin Xiang left the Floating City, he guessed that a huge battle might happen there. That Thunder Emperor did not have a good temper, and Lu Fuxing seemed to have a grudge with him. The Vermilion Bird Ancestor said that the Lu Fuxing in the Sacred Water Heavenly Realm is a good person. He has an upright and righteous personality, and is one of the few heroes of the primordial era. Dongfang Xinhua heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go to the Life Forest now. With the Vermilion Bird Ancestor there, you should be safe. Qun Xiang and Long Shui had wanted to go see the Vermilion Bird from the start. This was for the best. Warm Moon, how is the Vermilion Bird's current strength? If she were to regain her previous peak strength after her rebirth, she would probably go to Ditian. After all, that is her roots. Long Shui asked. She said that she has completely recovered and is in the process of condensing her divine deity. She might have to wait until she possesses the divine deity before she can return. Dongfang Xinhua said, she told me before that her final goal was the G.O.D.S. realm. The Azure Dragon and Black Turtle from that year both went to the G.O.D.S. realm. Only she and the White Tiger fell and were reborn. They fell behind those two fellows by a huge margin. Long Shui laughed. This means that they are somewhat fated to be together and might go to G.O.D.S. realm together in the future. Dongfang Xinhua asked with some curiosity, Shui, what kind of item? One, how do you have exactly? Long Shui coughed dryly, cleared his throat, and said, I am the Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord, and the strongest one among all of 9 emperors and 5 venerables. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have any ambitions, there definitely wouldn't be anything wrong with that 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Is this true? Dongfang Xinhua was in disbelief. Of course it's true. You don't believe me when I ask this little scoundrel. Long Shui curled his lips. For this little scoundrel to have such strength right now, I definitely have contributed greatly. Qin Xiang laughed. I didn't believe it before, but I did. She and Kong Bailing knew that Long Shui was the same dragon, but they never thought that he was the Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord from the legends of the primordial era. The Vermilion Bird Ancestor said that back then, you were one of the very few people who could condense divine deity. After you lent your divine deity to Chi plus, you were ambushed by other powerful dragons, and you died from then on. Dongfang Xinhua said, back then, the dragon that plotted against me was inside the Heavenly Dragon realm, and it is the new Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord. They are also dogs of the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor, so they should come here to catch the little scoundrel. Long Shui's face was full of anger. That group of shameless B.A.S.T.A.R.D.S. After dividing up the Ice Dragon's supreme dragon blood, They actually ran off to be other people's lackeys after obtaining such great power. I spit on them. Then can you still condense, divine deity? At this time, Dongfang Xinyue had even more respect for Long Shui. Although Long Shui looked like a naughty girl who had not grown up, it gave her a very good impression. Of course you can. It's only a matter of time. Long Shui said, when I see this great lion, Chies, H.I. plus, I will definitely let him compensate me with divine deity. The 10 heavens' supreme lord has been resurrected. Dongfang Xinyue was shocked again. Of course he revived. It was this little scoundrel who resurrected him. He no longer has the power he used to have, but according to his temperament, he will definitely become CKY everywhere. Long Shui said, and Jiang Sheng were walking amidst a pile of ruins within the sacred water, heavenly realms, floating city. An extremely intense but short battle had just occurred here. We came too late and missed a good show. Jiang Sheng looked at the mess in front of him and sighed. It's all your fault. You even made a mistake with your transmission array and sent us to such a Ned place as the endless sand region. H.I. plus complained. That little bee, A.S.T.A.R.D. Qinxiang, he escaped so fast it's hard to find him. Jiang Sheng curled his lips. You still dare to go look for him? Don't you know that he has a little gluttonous dragon by his side? When the time comes, he'll definitely bore you to death. What's there to be afraid of? We've all been resurrected. When the time comes, let's see who's stronger. H.I. plus disapproved. Hurry and take out all of your methods. Find Qinxiang as soon as possible, and then kill a demon general of H.E.L.L. along the way. Oh, right, call my master over as well. Qinxiang's current situation is extremely bad. If this goes on, he might be taken away by others to exchange for divine deity. The group of experts that had been chasing and killing Qinxiang in the sacred region had already arrived in sacred water heavenly realm, and Chi plus and Jiangsheng had also followed closely behind. Now that they called the white tiger over and the vermilion bird was hidden here, it would definitely be very lively. Qinxiang had previously drawn up a map for the life forest, and with Dongfang Xinyue's guidance, his journey to the life forest would be much faster and much smoother. Qinxiang had previously drawn up a map for the life forest, and with Dongfang Xinyue's guidance, his journey to the life forest would be much faster and much smoother. Although the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor could control the change in Qinxiang's position and inform the sacred masters in time, those people couldn't instantly reach Qinxiang's side. Therefore, even if they had a profound concealment method, they wouldn't be able to catch Qinxiang that easily. As long as Qinxiang did not stay in one place for too long and continued to travel through S.P.A.C., it would not be so easy to be caught. Right now, he had to go to the life forest to search for the vermilion bird. Qinxiang arrived at a city on the surface of the water. There were no transmission array S here, so the group of Thunder Emperor S wouldn't have arrived here so quickly. War Moon, I heard that the inside of the life forest is an extremely dangerous place. How did you find the vermilion bird? Qinxiang entered this small city. As he walked, he rested and traveled through S.P.A.C. many times. He was also quite tired. It was indeed very dangerous inside, and I met danger quite a few times. Luckily, Ancestor Vermilion Bird just happened to be out for a walk, so I was able to see her. Otherwise, I would have given up even then. Dongfang Xinyue said, the Vermilion Bird Ancestor said that the life forest is more mysterious, and she has never gone in to see it herself. The various elemental energies in the 9 heaven world come from these endless heaven realm-s, and energy in these endless heaven realm-s come from other places as well. As the source of life energy, the inside of the life forest is not simple. Qinxiang said, I had thought that the Ho clan controlled the entire life forest. I didn't expect that it was just outside the life forest. With their strength, not to mention the inside of the life forest, Even the more external purple leaf forest would not dare to casually sneak in. Dongfang Xinyue snorted. When I crippled whatever young master of the Ho clan, a few hierarchs came to chase me down. After I entered the purple leaf forest, they no longer dared to continue chasing me. Purple leaf forest, how powerful is this place? Chunxiang was extremely curious. There were many secrets inside Life Forest. He wanted to investigate them thoroughly. The plants and trees in that area are all purple in color, so they're called Purple Leaf Forest. The things in this area are all very strange, like bird, beasts, or insect. Most of them are purple. The more powerful parts of Purple Leaf Forest should be the sacred beasts inside. Saint Beast, a human with the strength of a Saint Realm expert. Isn't it easy to deal with Saint Beasts? Chunxiang had met many holy beasts. Although their strengths were not bad, they were all weak in the face of a holy human. The main reason is that there are a lot of Saint Beasts inside, and they are very small in size, making them easy to attack in groups. The scariest part about these purple Saint Beasts is their strange purple Saint Force, which can easily break through the defense of others and then launch fatal attacks. The Saint Masters should be afraid of this. Dongfang Xinyue explained. Warm Moon, are you not afraid of that place? How dare you barge in? Long Shui asked. Of course I'm not afraid. I have the bloodline of the vermilion bird in me, and the aura I emit would cause the Saint Beasts inside to mistake me for the vermilion bird ancestor. The vermilion bird ancestor is also quite formidable. Dongfang Xinyue said, Purple Leaf Forest is just the outermost barrier of Life Forest, and the second barrier is Cold Wind Forest. That kind of wind is extremely cold, and the majority of the holy beasts that live here understand profound Han poison, so I don't dare to enter here by myself. This Life Forest was not as simple as Chunxiang had imagined. Just the two protective barriers outside were already so terrifying. Then, where is the vermilion bird located in the Life Forest? Long Shui asked. The next barrier in the Cold Wind Forest is called the Divine Fire Forest. The trees inside are all special and can continuously burn all year round, releasing very strong flames. Only the stronger holy beasts in the Cold Wind Forest can walk in this area, and even the Purple Leaf Forest holy beasts don't dare to enter as they please. The flames in that place are extremely terrifying. As Dongfang Xinyue spoke of the flames there, his voice revealed a trace of fear. Fortunately, the vermilion bird ancestor brought me in. If I had entered by myself, I would have been burnt to ashes. Chunxiang was not afraid of fire. He was filled with antic. 1. Piation. What about the areas after Divine Fire Forest? Chunxiang asked. To him, Purple Leaf Forest, Cold Wind Forest, and Divine Fire Forest didn't have any challenges. Dongfang Xinyue shook her head. I am not too sure. I asked the vermilion bird ancestor, and she only said that it was in the dark forest. I asked if she had been there before, and she did not answer me directly. Long Shui laughed. The vermilion bird is a very spicy guy. Even she wouldn't dare to enter such a place. It must be very powerful. After Chunxiang rested for a while in the small city, he stood up and headed towards Life Forest. Not long after he left, Thunder Emperor and the rest arrived. The L Devil envoy that followed Thunder Emperor to this place had also just received news from him. Chunxiang has already left this place. It looks like he is going to the Life Forest. The L Devil envoy said, Life Forest. The person who asked was the new evil emperor from Heavenly Evil Realm. His face was full of seriousness. I heard that place is very strange. If Chunxiang escaped inside, it would be very troublesome. The L Devil envoy nodded his head. The Great Emperor said earlier he will teleport some demon generals from L to stop Chunxiang for a period of time. We need to catch Chunxiang before he enters the Life Forest. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble. Jiangxing and Chies plus also came to the city. Thunder Emperor and the others had also just left. We know where this place is. If that brat really runs away, then we old bones would almost be crushed by him. Jiangxing sighed. Let's just wait here for Master to come over for now. He might have a way to catch up to the little ghost. These past few days, Chi Plus had been chasing after him and felt very helpless. Originally, they were somewhat worried that Chen Xiang would be caught, but now their worries were unnecessary. Hi Plus and Jiangsheng were in an empty pool, waiting for the white tiger. The water has turned black. Jiangsheng suddenly shouted in alarm. Just as he and Hi Plus were about to dodge, the black pool of water suddenly spewed out a ball of black chi, which then quickly condensed into a person. Master! Hi Plus anxiously shouted. Big flowery cat, you don't have any killing ji. Oh, heart, you're still that strong. Jiangsheng was extremely shocked when he saw the hand the white tiger had shown him. This is all thanks to Chen Xiang. The white tiger laughed. The fact that he could obtain the darkness rule spiritual bead and control the power of the darkness laws had caused his current strength to be even stronger than before.